Everyone. Welcome to our conference on United States policy and Nigeria's national decisions in the 2023 elections. I'm Peter Lewis, Warren Weinstein Associate Professor of African Studies and Faculty Lead for African Studies at SAIS, and I want to issue or offer a warm welcome to our guests in Washington, in Nigeria, and via remote connection from other locations, including myself, speaking to you from our campus at SAIS Europe in Bologna, Italy. I want to first offer our gratitude and appreciation for the partners who have shaped this forum and helped to convene the panels. Next Tier Advisory Nigeria, American University's School of International Service, and the University of Massachusetts and the Center for Peace, Democracy, and Development at UMass. Professor Chiedo Nwankwo of Johns Hopkins University, SAIS, has done essential work in framing the agenda, identifying the main themes, and bringing together participants. Professors Carl Levan and Ernest Obozor at American University and Darren Q at the University of Massachusetts are core partners on this side, along with Patrick Okigbo and Dr. Ndubisi Nwokolo of Next Tier Advisory. Special thanks for Next Tier's inspiration for this project and real appreciation for your energy and patience in keeping this event on track. Many thanks also to Sonia Holmes, Brittany, Menina, and the events staff at SAIS, who are helping to make this connection, this hybrid arrangement across 3 different continents, a seamless event. We're grateful to all our panelists for sharing their time and ideas, and very glad that these best and brightest could agree to join. We really got our first choice in every instance, and we're tremendously grateful and appreciative that we could convene this group of experts. Nigeria is the most populous country and the largest economy in Africa. It is a major producer of oil and gas, an anchor in the West African sub-region, and an important presence in diplomacy and security across the continent. Since 1999, the country's most recent transition to democratic rule, Nigeria has convened 6 consecutive elections, with the 7th round scheduled for next year, early in 2023. In 2015, Nigeria witnessed a momentous electoral turnover, leading to a change of president and a defeat for the incumbent ruling party. In many countries, this type of transition and electoral turnover of both candidates and parties is often associated with a trend toward democratic development. Yet, as we all know, Nigeria is a troubled state. For more than 2 decades, a succession of governments have been grappling with a rising tide of violence across the country, ranging from insurgency in the Niger Delta and jihadist struggles in the Northeast, to intercommunal violence in Plateau and Kaduna, and herder-farmer strife through many central and northern states. We also are witnessing growing friction in the southeastern states and a general spread, apart from the southeastern dissension, a general spread of criminal violence in other states and in other domains across the territory. All of these factors, from protest to insurgency, from confrontational violence to crime, have spread and deepened a sense of insecurity across Nigeria, leading to a condition of near crisis. Violence and insecurity have not been effectively curbed under the current administration. In addition to the security crisis, Nigeria has been feeling the effects of depressed energy markets since 2014. Low prices and limited output have fostered an extended recession in Nigeria, even though the revenue picture might be changing sharply just now with the events of the past 2 weeks and the rise in global oil prices. So weak government performance, along with pervasive insecurity, could set the stage for a more competitive election in 2023. However, the history of Nigerian elections suggests considerable risks of violence, misconduct, and polarization. What are the potential scenarios for Nigeria's approaching election cycle? The leading candidates and political groupings. What are the impending risks for credible and peaceful polls? What is the potential for citizens and social movements to encourage better outcomes? These are critical questions facing Nigerians, friends of Nigeria, and many observers around the world as we move toward Nigeria's election season. From the vantage of Washington, D.C., where this conference is convening, there are also crucial questions regarding the role of the United States and other external partners. U.S. administrations have not focused substantially on African issues for much of the past decade. Yet the situation in Nigeria is pressing, it is serious, and it holds both downside risks for the country and the region, or on the positive side, the potential for initiative and commitment by civic groups and some forward-looking political actors to encourage a more engaged and forward-looking leadership to emerge in Abuja. So both the downside and the upside are very much in our sights. This conference is intended to highlight the importance of Nigeria's current critical juncture, the need for constructive attention from the United States and like-minded partners, and the importance of supporting a credible, peaceful election cycle over the months ahead. Thanks to all. I'm very much looking forward to our discussions, and I'll sign off and turn things over to Professor Nwankwo.
Thank you, Peter. I am Chiedo Nwankwo, faculty with the African Studies program here at SAIS. Good morning, and good afternoon, good evening. For those of you joining us from different parts of the world, we are mighty glad you are joining us today. We have a great program planned for you, and we welcome you to engage with us by sending in your questions and your comments if you're joining us online. And for those of you here, if you have a question, you indicate by raising your hands, we'll run the mic over to you. And if you're joining from online, please get your questions in by 10:15 a.m. if you're here, and if you're in West African time, by 4:15 p.m. We will have lunch after the second panel. You are welcome to either eat indoors or take your lunch outdoors. And I will now hand over to Dr. Nduka Nwokolo, who will moderate the first panel. Nduka.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this first session of this August conference. So I will try as much as possible to engage the panelists at the first section, and then I'll come back to the audience who are in here. So like we can see, the first session is titled Nigerian Democracy Weathering the Perfect Storm of Security Crisis. So I have 4 panelists. I'll try to introduce them, try to do a bit of their bio, and then we'll run from there. So first I have Brigadier General Saleh Bala. He's a retired Nigerian military officer and currently president WIC Inc. Institute for Strategy, Education, and Research. General Bala, you're welcome. Secondly, I have—
Thank you very much.
Hidayat Hassan. Hidayat is the Director, Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, one of Nigeria, or should I say Africa, topmost think tank, working in governance and development space. Hidayat, you're welcome. Then I have Michael C. Gonzalez. He's the Deputy Assistant Secretary, Africa, U.S. Department for States. Mike, you're welcome.
Good morning, glad to be here.
Thank you. Last, I have Professor Chudi Uwazurike. Professor Uwazurike is the Director, Center for Diaspora and Pan-African Study, African University of Science and Technology, Abuja. Prof, you're welcome. So like Chichi said, what we're going to do is that we want audience to engage us here. So try to turn in your questions 15 minutes after 10 and then 15 minutes after 4 so that we'll run it by the panelists and have them get the answers out. And then secondly, if those of them who are here, I'm going to bring the mic to you or someone will do that so that we want this to be as engaging as possible. I'll start my first question with Brigadier Jala. And my question is, as a former senior military officer, and currently I work in the same space with you, looking at issues of security and development. You are aware of the security challenges facing Nigeria. How do you think this can impact our election in 2023?
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I must say, I cannot feel more impressed by this invitation to participate in this very important forum than I have expressed it enough to say thank you very much. And on a lighter mood, I thought under the principle of subordination of the military to civil rule, I should have been the last person to speak after my civilian masters have spoken. But that be it, it is good to speak on issues that will progress Nigeria. When we speak about the threats, you know, the obvious symptoms which we have since independence been confronted with, including military coups, the farmers' herders, secessionists, separationists, the insurgency in the Northeast, the banditry, kidnapping, or the terrorism conveniently that the law is trying to couch it into, has always been with us. But what we always do not count as threat is the pre-existing and the constancy of the threat of elitism across our history. Elitism is the major and the bane of peace and stability of what is the progress of Nigeria. Because basically, from my own assessment, if you are talking about nation building and building of a national cohesion, it comes about a confluence of geography, of a people, of their politics, and how really the engine of the progression of a state, which are the elites, how they determine how these forces come together to a confluence that will build national cohesion. So we can continue to speak about the farmers' herders conflict. the Boko Haram ISWAP insurgency in the northeast, and the security challenges in the northwest and the north central, the old Niger Delta militancy over oil rights and revenue control, or whatever thing we can talk about. But the good thing about it is, since 1999, we have found that even in the midst of all these conflicts, elite consensus on the event, on that one event, 1 month event of an election, the Nigerian elite have found a way of finding some modicum of stability for an election to take place. But what is the end product of installing a government through an electoral process? This is where the consistent problem of elitism in sharing the dividends of the outcome of whatever modicum of outcome of elections has been. So agreed, all the threats and the security challenges we are facing are true and present and tangible, but what is consistent and the looming shadow behind all this that pushes is elite interest, is how their interest is served and how they play around in elite capture to either feed or deprive the state and the people of finding access to resources and finding the appropriate coalition or support from international partners to really deal with this threat.
Okay, thank you, General. And that serves as your introduction, and I think I like that. I like the flow. So I'll move to the next question, which will go to Idayat. Nigeria has so many fault lines, which for me shaped our 2015 election. What are the risks that this could be deepened, the fault lines could be deepened with the election coming up? Could this lead to us having a fractured nation?
Thank you very much, Ndubuisi, but please permit me to put off my video because of network challenges. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think these elections are quite interesting, and thanks for talking about 2015. In 2015, what we were basically grappling over was the acceptance of electoral outcome. But currently, there are two intractable challenges the country faces. One is that of insecurity, and the second is that of national cohesion. And they do have huge implications for the forthcoming 2023 elections. In terms of the insecurity, there are multiple nodes of conflict in the country. At the CDD, we just launched a report yesterday looking at it as a national stock take. And you find that the challenges of Boko Haram are, one, they are still real, but most important is actually to start framing it around that of the Islamic State in the West African province. The inter-group violence, the fact that they continue to hold territory, they continue to retreat, to recruit, and of course the sophistication in their propaganda, inclusive of even videos, the kind of drone photography. They are important pointers of what elections could actually look like. In fact, if you look at the fact that they still hold territory, it has implications for elections itself. But I think the most worrying for us at this point in time, when it comes to that of insecurity before national cohesion, is actually the problem in the northwest of the country, which we often frame in local parlance as banditry, crisscrossing at least 7 states in Nigeria, 6 in the northwest, then 1 in the north central state of Nigeria. Now, these are very important, not just for the sophistication of the weaponry these bandits use, ranging from RPGs to mortar guns and their numbers, but importantly, the numbers of communities they are actually in control of. So the ability, and in previous past too, they have actually kidnapped electoral officials, both in 2019 elections and in some off-cycle elections. So the ability to actually conduct elections in several local governments in those areas are a challenge. On a conservative estimate, start thinking of places like Zamfara, at least 10 local governments, Kaduna, 4 local governments, average of 5 local governments in Niger State and across the state. The list will be KB, where we can just zoom on and say Southern KB would be a problem. But the issue of elitism, which General Bala brought in, then comes into place because the likelihood of conducting elections in local government headquarters are right, but once you move into the interland, so the cost of elections, the safety of election materials and ability to conduct elections are in question. And nothing tells us of how difficult the 2023 elections will look like more than the Anambra State governorship election of 2021, November 2021. If you place it against that background, what you'll find is that even political parties will not campaign. There was no governorship debate. The only governorship debate we had, it had to be held in secret with just 3 of the candidates in the elections with no live audience, nor could even INEC deploy or us as observers. We were all scattered and very worried. And this is what the states, when you look at secessionist agitation in the Southeast, and even in a part of the Southwest, comes to, aside of the restive nature, kidnapping, and most of these conflicts are bound to actually become increased by the elections. I think it would actually become much more, or some positively think that it can also be doused using election as actually a means in this regard, but you can't take it away. But that is just insecurity. National cohesion is now, I think, the most challenging thing we should actually focus on, because post-election, we still want in Nigeria. And national cohesion is really threatened by lots of factors. Of course, the issue of the single reductive narrative of colonization, Islamization, spurred on by some land and water conflict in different parts of the country are quite real. Disinformation has contributed to it, but the unhanded nature of the government in terms of dealing with conflict has helped in terms of exacerbating it. And the responses so far has given us the opportunity to have self-help groups who are just too many, both armed by the state or harmed by themselves. The reality is that Nigerians, almost everybody has got arms in their hands. Either they are security, they are self-help group, or they are even individuals. Proliferation of small arms and light weapon and elite.
Okay, let me cut you off here now.
Okay.
I know you have a lot coming up. I think between you and General Bala, something came out very strongly, and I wish we were going to interrogate it very well today. What is national cohesion? I think is a point both of you have made, and we're going to talk about that today. Now I'm going to do something. I want to move to DS Mike Gonzalez. I will give you 3 minutes to give us a kind of an opening speech before I come to my question.
Great, good morning, and thank you. It's really a privilege to speak with you today, both as a alumnus of American University's School of International Service, as well as a former research assistant to SAIS's own Dr. Peter Lewis. As Africa's largest democracy, Nigeria's importance to the United States simply can't be overstated, and the country's elections will be an important test for the strength of democracy on the continent and around the world. The U.S. administration is committed to invigorating and strengthening our relationship with Nigeria. Despite the challenges, our relationship is built on shared democratic values and a desire to bring peace, security, and prosperity to the region. As we all know, the elections don't just happen in a vacuum. The elections will take place at a time when Nigeria is facing tremendous security, economic, demographic, and environmental challenges. With ISIS West Africa in the northeast, criminal banditry in the northwest, regional agitations in the southeast, piracy, criminality around the country, These are all major challenges that must be addressed, not only going into the elections, but with the leader who comes out to lead the country forward. And so the political system is rife, as we all know, also with corruption that often fails to meet the citizens' expectations, and fueling that national cohesion crisis that we were just talking about. So we're seeing the destabilizing effects of Russian aggression in Europe also, with profound implications in Nigeria on everything from energy markets and food prices to regional security. So we're observing democratic backsliding in the region and around the world, and that's why the stakes of these elections in 2023 are so high. So we welcome President Buhari's commitment not to run again in 23 at a time when so many other of his colleagues have chosen to flout constitutional term limits. As the title of this panel suggests, Nigeria really must weather the storm of security and other crises that it's facing to ultimately strengthen its democracy. To do so effectively, the country must prioritize the protection of civilians while simultaneously addressing the underlying governance challenges that fuel the public dissatisfaction and anger. The United States is taking a comprehensive approach to helping Nigeria address these challenges. Strengthening respect for human rights and democratic principles and governance are not afterthoughts, but really are fundamental and complementary to our security approaches. We're partnering with Nigeria to build more effective and accountable security forces to better respond to the country's security challenges and to protect civilians. Our security cooperation includes provision of military equipment and training to fight ISIS West Africa and Boko Haram, as well as training on civilian harm mitigation, law of armed conflict, and doctrine changes. In our high-level engagements with the government of Nigeria, including Secretary Blinken's travel to Abuja back in November, we discuss efforts to improve security, to protect civilians, and address the drivers of conflict while improving governance. We also press for investigations and accountability when there are allegations of abuses or violations by security forces. Fundamentally effective and sustainable security responses are those that respect human rights, civil liberties, and democratic rules and values. We have and continue to discuss with the senior government officials security, specifically as it relates to the upcoming elections, both gubernatorial elections later this year in Ekiti and Osun, as well as the general elections next year. We're going to use and continue to use our messaging as well as other diplomatic tools at our disposal, including visa restrictions where warranted, to dissuade those who might be tempted to use violence or otherwise undermine the democratic process. We're working to mitigate and strengthen security through our diplomatic engagements with civil society, religious and traditional leaders, business leaders, youth, and through U.S. support for peace building, development, and livelihoods programs. The security services are certainly already overstretched, and the elections are no doubt going to put additional strains on them. The elections are going to be a pivotal test for them, for the formal and informal institutions of Nigeria's political system, and for the conduct of democracy itself. But we believe that Nigeria will rise to the occasion. And we know that democracy is hard, but never taken for granted. The United States is committed to working with Nigeria to support the free and fair elections in a process that's conducted peacefully. At the invitation of the Nigerian government, the United States is supporting the electoral process by advancing our long-standing partnership with INEC, the Independent National Electoral Commission, and Nigerian civil society organizations, including nearly $45 million in election-related support to Nigeria through USAID. Fundamentally strengthening security in Nigeria and supporting free and fair elections and Nigeria's democratic future really go hand in hand. Nigeria's security and prosperity is going to depend on large measure on the conduct of the coming elections and the political and electoral processes leading up to them. The US is heavily invested in Nigeria's security and our shared democratic future, because fundamentally a secure, democratic, and prosperous Nigeria is good for Nigerians, it's good for the United States and for the region. This administration is committed to continuing to engage with that vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. You have answered 40% of my question, but I'm going to find a way to get it around now, which is, I understand from your explanation, the US government seems to understand what Nigeria is going through, especially in 2015 when it was only the issue of Boko Haram that we feared would have affected the 2015 election. But the 2023 election, you find out that you have banditry in the Northwest and Central, you have farmer-herder conflict, you have the secession agitation going on in the southern part of the country. My question now is, how far are you going in sharing notes with the Nigerian government? How far are you going in, showing the impact of the election, not only on Nigeria, but on the wider West Africa and African region? We want to know, are you communicating with your colleagues on the Nigerian side on the need to make sure that, there's no repeat of anything that could affect both the election and put the country in crisis? Thank you.
Absolutely, great question. I was just out in Abuja in October, had very constructive meetings with Presidential Chief of Staff, Professor Gambari, another SAIS connection there, back in just last month. And so this is a dialogue that we constantly have with the Nigerian government officials, but not just the government, but also other senior leaders, influencers in civil society. Major thrusts of our engagement focus on both of those elements that you talked about, the security side. And we talk to National Security Advisor Mungono and defense chiefs regularly, not only about the tactical efforts of what are they doing today to counter ISIS West Africa or Boko Haram, but more fundamentally, what are the elements of the strategy that the Nigerian government is pursuing to advance security writ large, and a recognition that the strategy that they've had or implemented to date, if there is one, has not been one that's delivered. And that segues into our engagement on the other part of what you talked about, really the governance component. Because fundamentally, for the people to view the government as legitimate and to have confidence in the government must deliver on the needs of the people and mitigate against the grievances that the public has. Many of those grievances stem from a perception that the government has failed to deliver on the needs or expectations or demands or desires of the public. And so that's where our engagement with the Nigerian government at the national, but also at the state level, on political issues, but also on economic and security issues, really emphasizes the imperative of improvements in governance, in fighting corruption, and really enforcing accountability. And so, as I said, the US has a whole of government approach and is engaging robustly from Washington and certainly from our very capable embassy in Abuja and consulate in Lagos on this whole variety of issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. My next question is to Professor Chude Wazirike. Prof, I'm a proponent of political settlement theory, which talks about legitimate negotiation of process between power holders, talking about sharing, forgiveness, leading to peace building and all that. My question is, the issue of power rotation between South and North, do you think is a democratic process? Could that be a panacea to solving Nigerian crisis?
Yes, thank you very much. There's no question that Nigeria is at the cusp of decision making that will have long-term impact. Every election cycle has something to contribute, either positively or negatively. There's also no question that a country, we're right. Go ahead. So the country, such as Nigeria, with so many problems, clearly has to deal with the matter of insecurity. I'm told that the internet is unstable. Give me a minute, please. Okay. All right. Okay, so Nigeria is what it is in the sense of being a post-colonial expression, a colonial product where people were brought together without their permission, without their consent. Regions were brought together, classes, empires, kingdoms, just name them, acephalous societies and so on. This is a setting for a perfect storm in a way. And our history since since at least 1960, and even before then, has demonstrated again and again that the instability is inbuilt. Your direct question is, can the current election cycle and the practice of democracy as it pertains to the division between North and South, for instance, can we manage this towards the peace building process? It's entirely possible. Other countries have done it. There's no question that we inherit not only the socio-political and socio-economic variables that are divisive, but also we have issues in terms of who controls what. You need to go back to the whole notion of adversarial versus non-adversarial democracy. And the African way is clearly what could be called non-adversarial, if you can manage that. The Anglo-American model of adversarial democracy, majoritarian rule, is wonderfully in a way, but problematic, because whoever loses out in a majoritarian democracy could be shunted off. And that has been the pattern in terms of the understanding between North and South. One group must rule and the other group must wait, and vice versa. Oftentimes it doesn't really work. And I believe that some aspect of our politics, if you read the 1999 Constitution very well, and look at section 14.3 and section 14.4, as well as section 171, 190, 92, and so on, embody the reality of constitutional democracy. There's no question that somehow or the other, Nigeria's democratic journey has to be different. It's almost like we're creating a new civilization that combines religious integration as well as geographical and ethnic interaction. If they are to use the terms national cohesion, that's the real issue. Can there be national cohesion in a situation where there is this much division? So that Nigeria's experiment is one that has clearly commanded the attention of scholars for a long, long time, but there's no easy solution. And what I expect in this round of election is that the system, as Bala said, is coming to some degree of stable expectations of predictability. It may not fall. It may not. There may not be any crisis come to the terrain that we have not seen before. Each election cycle comes with a lot of tension. So, but very clearly, the political class has managed that process. They know exactly what to do. Now that INEC, Electoral Commission, has come out with its timetable, and now that the National Assembly has also come out with the Electoral Act, which is now a law. We're entering a new season where peace building is possible. I think clearly, if we have some degree of attention to rotational presidency, for instance, without making it kind of big song and dance that it has become, we may be on our way to stability. Because the only basis for national coalition is stability. And stability and nation building go hand in hand. So very clearly to me, if this election helps us, if it's a rotational one, if it's one that obeys some of the principles of consensus politics, for instance, then we've done well enough. It's a long journey. Nigeria has just so many problems. And on the final note, I would say that the insecurity we're speaking about will get worse if we don't have some degree of consensus politics.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Okay, we've taken the first round of questions, which served as your introduction speech and as well as answering my question. The next set of questions will just be for 5 minutes, and I'll start with General Bala. Judging from what came up during your first introduction, where you talked about national cohesion, and now Professor Wazirike has come up again to talk about the issue of national cohesion and state building. Do you think from a security perspective that if power is rotational between the North and the South, especially in the 2023 election, we decide to rotate it to the South, that it will help to calm the nerves in the South, as well as give us reduce the security threat we have as we move towards 2023 election?
Thank you very much, Doctor. You know, as a soldier who is politically educated, because through Staff College and the benefit of going to the National Defense University, National War College, Washington, D.C., from my school, I can see the Capitol, and even that impression of the most advanced democracy in the world. I think to some extent, even as a soldier, I've imbibed the democratic spirit. And thank God, through my career, I have never held any political office in the military. But when the conversation on Nigerian democracy is thrown up, I get confused as to really what Nigerian elites understand by democracy. Is democracy the game of numbers? The game of numbers around building national cohesion, which is about concessioning, and if it is an electoral democracy, people are voted? Or is it a sense of tokenism, where the electoral process from the party level to the national level does not matter, and you can just pick up anybody from any part of the country or any elite inkling, and through the usual non-transparent and always disturbed electoral process, you install a leader? I think this is where we have a problem in understanding what elections is and what democracy is. And this belligerent advocacy about rotating Nigeria's presidency, that is just one item, just rotating Nigeria's presidency to convenient linguistic groups or tribal groups. I think this is where we really have a problem, and it is worse with our educated and most traveled elites. And this is the danger with our journey to nationhood. I don't mind if it's going to be peaceful and it is going to be people-centric, that we have decided that because of belligerent agitations by particular sections of the nation, that we, just like we did in 1999 to pacify the Southwest, we were able to appoint a Yoruba man, but there were campaigns and there were efforts at building national cohesion towards the election of that individual. It is not by radical threats and agitations. I think we, the educated and traveled elites, should be able to come to a consensus as we think on this journey to nationhood. I was shocked that a few days ago, I did not read the item of news, but you know how media banners are always sensational, that our former president, who actually was selected and he was elected into office in 1999, as at 62 years of our independence, made a statement that Nigeria is a country and not a nation. That really shocked and disappointed me. We continue to argue that we have a trauma of colonialism. I was born in 1959, just at the edges of independence. My children are free-born Nigerians. Yet we continue to debate and argue and divide ourselves over who comes to lead Nigeria in the federal system. We are not even making any effort to really engineer this federalism. We are so mindset about a garrisoned military mentality of a federal command. And we really challenge the politics and the development of our federated units. I think this is much the problem because what security threats we have are all a factor of development. They are mainly a factor of development that are engineered by state capture of the elites and the corruption and the lack of transparency that this group of few Nigerians throw up. So, long and short, I am never a believer of the rotation. Sorry, I am never a believer of the rotation of the federal seat in Aso Rock around tribal groups, because Nigerians are Nigerians in every position of right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've taken more than your 5 minutes. Okay, my next question is to Idayat, and it has to do with election monitoring in Nigeria, which I would say you're a champion. You've done so many of them, especially the 2015 election, when all of us had this fear that probably there will be bloodshed, and we're able to escape that. What do you think will be the challenges of the 2023 election? What's your thought? Do you think we can prevent anything like we prevented in 2015, so that there will be no bloodshed in 2023?
Oh, thank you very much. It still goes back to General Bala's question. There is an unwritten rule about zoning in Nigeria, and it's still about inclusion. When people came together in 1999 to talk about zoning, the need for power to go back to the South, and in particular Southwest, they had a reason really for doing that. And if the politics of zoning is not well played in the forthcoming elections, I think there would be lots of challenges, particularly for the national cohesion of this country. Now, be that as it may, the best that could actually have happened in terms of addressing some of this insecurity would have been the zoning of the presidency to the Southeast in such a way that they also feel they are parts and parcel of this country, Nigeria. You do not, politics is not just a game of number, it's also, elections is an opportunity to actually address grievances, and these 2023 elections could be an opportunity to do that. But I guess that that's almost gone out of the way. But zoning will play a very huge challenge in pre-elections politics, during elections, and post-election. The second issue will also be the politics of religion itself, which is already coming up strongly in these elections. It's no longer about the North and South, but for the first time we are seeing that people are talking about Christian, Muslim, even the possibility of a Muslim ticket. All these are very insidious. They have the opportunity to actually light up the polity, when you had incendiary speeches to it. This will constitute so much problems for the elections proper, because we are talking in terms of intergroup relations now here at stake, and post-election, which is very, very important, because I presume that election monitoring is not just what happens on the day of elections, but what actually happens after elections, which talks about the delivery of public goods and services to the people. And now we are not even talking about just the delivery of public goods and services, but most importantly, we are talking about the continuing existence of this nation and polity called Nigeria, especially at a time where we have a national cohesion problem sparked by who gets what, the way some people are treated, policy responses, and of course, power dynamics, power, which has now become the currency ahead of the 2023 general election. So we have to look at these two issues, aside from the challenges of insecurity, to a possible 2023 and post-2023.
Thank you so much. Borrowing from what you just said, I'll move to Professor Wazirike. Idaya talks about rotating, that she thinks that if we rotate power to the South, it might be another way of preventing any bloodshed in 2023. judging from what we had in 2015. But for me, I think it's undemocratic. What's your view? Do you think if we do that, that we'll be able to get things going and there won't be any need for people running away during 2023 election?
Is that for me?
Yes, Professor Mizuruke, yes, that's you. Yes.
All right. Sure, thank you very much. Very clearly, nobody is saying that rotationality or any such elite arrangement will be the solution to it. Nigeria has so many other problems, as I mentioned, economic problems that tend to class inequality, and so gender issues, regional issues, those things are all there. But there's no question that the primary aim of our journey into democracy is for national stability as well as national cohesion. And anything at all, as Idiot just said, that brings everybody to the table and makes everyone feel included in the national journey, it's not bad, it's good in principle. Now, you raise the question of the democratic nature, and General Bala also raised that. But let me say that there are other countries that have had this form of constitutionalism. I don't know if I mentioned some of them, from Sweden to Norway, more famously to the works by Richard and the rest of them on Switzerland. So it's not like it's not been done. And as a matter of fact, the whole idea of zoning and rotation began not yesterday, not in 2015, but actually in 1979. It was first introduced by the NPN, the National Party of Nigeria, that was governing party, North and South rotation. And if anybody remembers how popular this was, when General Abacha actually, during one of his constitutional events, introduced the idea, or it was introduced during his era, Nigerians danced all over the place, likely because it's perceived out there by everyone else one can think of as a matter of fairness and equity. If there's no fairness, if there's no equity, if there's no justice, no amount of federalism can really succeed. So it's really a question of justice. And I would say very clearly that unlike the perception that this is a radical demand, this is a rational demand. It is something that is a conversation among political actors. There's nothing wrong with that. We should not limit our political creativity, as it were. Richard Clay and other people who observed Nigeria in the 50s and 60s were very impressed with the creative nature of Nigerian political elite in terms of trying to keep the country together. When Lord look at what this country together in 1915, you can say it's an act of God, but it posed a human challenge for those who felt they wanted to say. If we go by the argument that let democracy simply work as it works in America or any other majoritarian democracy, then one section of the country will rule forever, and that is no use to us in the African sense. Remember again that Julius Nyerere used to say that we have our own way of doing things, and this is an example of political creativity. I would say very clearly that unless Nigerians come to a point where they come up with their own model of what works, this may not be the best, but we should not limit our creativity. Our rotational presidency is anchored in literature, in experience, and all over the world. And it's called constitutional democracy. Anybody wants to check it out, which should the scholars there know very well. But bottom line is, we should not be afraid to try something new. And if the Southeast is the only region that has not produced the president, then it's something that we need to think about. How do we handle this? And by the way, before I end here, the political parties are ahead of us. As you know very well, the ruling APC has already indicated that the presidency of that party to come to 2023 should be from the South anyway. Everyone is waiting for the other shoe to drop with the People's Democratic Party to see if they'll follow suit. And the likelihood is that they will. So the parties themselves are doing what they know from their grassroots experience. It's what will work, not any high level theory. This is practical politics. That's what I want to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think from the discussion, the question answered by Daya and the one you answered, I can now see that national cohesion will be every part of the country, meaning that they are part of the political process. political process. So I'll go to my next question, which is Mike. Many Nigerians, they believe that the United States played an indirect role in helping Nigeria avoid electoral violence in 2015. And today in Nigeria, there is this fear that we might have, round of electoral violence if nothing is done. My question is, how closely is the United States government watching the build-up to Nigerian?
Great. It was a bit difficult to hear you. I think you said that many recognized the role the United States played in helping avoid electoral violence in 2015, and how closely is the U.S. Watching this issue for the next elections? Is that the question?
Yes.
Very, very closely. It's a matter that we are keenly focused on, both in terms of our diplomatic engagement with electoral professionals in the INEC, as well as in the security sector and political leadership, about creating the environment that allows for a very open and candid discussion of issues during the campaign period, but also a robust and accountable security deployment to make sure that people are allowed to express their will and their wishes without the risk or threat of violence. I think the role that we have played and that I noted in my opening remarks, we are continuing to be willing to play in terms of sanctions, including visa restrictions on those who participate in undermining democratic processes, including electoral violence, is one example of how we are doing that. But fundamentally, I think this goes to a lot of the issues that the previous speakers have been talking about. Do the people believe that the result of the election is going to be something that is a better environment for Nigeria? Or is it just going to be a better environment for their own ethnic group, their own part of the country, their own, you name the categorization? But if they view elections as a zero-sum, we win because someone else loses, the risk and threat of electoral violence becomes heightened. The more it becomes a game, as we have seen in Nigerian elections for a very long time, of patronage rather than about issues-based campaigning and a vision for the country. Again, the greater the risk we face for insecurity. And so I think that is where it is incumbent on the next generation of Nigeria's leaders, whether they're campaigning in the coming elections as candidates, or whether they're pundits and observers and civil society advocates watching from the outside. I think it's critically important to shape the public discourse around these elections, not on, oh, it's my turn to eat, or it's our group's opportunity to have power, but what is the vision for the country, and not just the country, the nation.
Okay, Mike. Now we'll finish the moderated Q&A. I'm going to give audience who are in the house here participating 3 minutes each to either ask a question, you can direct the question to a panelist, or to make a contribution. After that, there are some questions sent in by audience who joined online. I'll get some of them and read them out and have the panelists answer to them. So first, let me start with the audience who are here in-house. There's a mic there. You walk to the mic, introduce yourself, ask your question, or make your comment. All right, the mic, okay, the mic is coming to you, all right.
Thank you. I'm Nicole Grossman. I'm a PhD student at American University. There was a lot of talk today about trust in government, trust in democracy, trust in elections. But I'm really very curious at a very base level, what needs to happen between now and election day for people to internally feel safe enough to actually engage in the election? Not just what the results will bring or who I should vote for or things along that line, but just the actual physical aspect of voting. What would make people living in these regions where conflict is high feel safe enough to actually go and exercise their right to vote?
So, Janabara, you will take the question when we come back to you. She wants to know what will make people who live in some regions with this security threat feel safe to come out to vote.
My name is Osita Chidoka. I have just a brief contribution. Number one is the elections in Nigeria in 2023 is going to be very challenging. Challenging because the Northwest is in problems that we call bandits. The Northeast still has Boko Haram operating. Now the Southeast has joined with a wave of new violence, kidnapping, money extortion, and camps being built by separatist group in the Southeast. So we are stuck in Abuja and the middle of the country and most of the Southwest, where kidnapping is also rife. But beyond the violence is what I consider a violation of our national convention that is about to happen. That convention is the idea that power in Nigeria will rotate between the North and the South. It is an idea that in 2011, when President Jonathan was to take over from President Yar'Adua after he died, the Northern governors opposed the idea of Jonathan taking over, saying that it is the turn of the North to rule. I was in that room when the decision was taken that if Jonathan was to run an election in 2011, it would be a violation of the National Convention. And in that 2011, President Jonathan had to promise, somebody promised on his behalf, Brigadier General Gbemudia, that he will only run for one term and will not run again. And by 2019, it was so bad that the campaign train of President Jonathan was stoned in Bauchi. He had violent attacks on his campaign because the North felt it was their turn to rule. And of course, he lost that election. He lost that election because of the improvement in INEC that has made it possible for votings to show up in the electoral process than we had in 2003 and 2007. So now brings me to the two issues that are confronting us in 2023. 2023 is a decision moment again for Nigeria to determine whether that national convention is a convention. When is an agreement, because it is that agreement that made us to develop things like educationally disadvantaged states to give the northern students opportunity of going to university, even when they don't meet the minimum cutoff point. It is that convention that made us introduce the federal character system, which is part of Nigeria's laws that you must observe federal character, reflect all the geopolitical zones in appointment in Nigeria. So that is an agreement. Now, the 2023 is an agreement again that some parts of my party, the PDP, are opposing, saying it is undemocratic. But what can be more undemocratic than to allow people who passed an exam not to go to university because by the quota system, you had to give room to people from educationally less disadvantaged states. So I think that the breach of that national convention in 2023 will mark a defining point in Nigeria's march to nationhood. If we respect it, as the APC is promising to respect it, I believe that that will engender a deeper connection to our national unity. Now, to make matters more interesting is that INEC has improved on electoral processes. They have done a lot with the BVAS, the new electronic verification system they have. But sadly, in the election in 2021 in Anambra State, there was a major failure of that electronic device for verification. In the FCT municipal election, there was another failure of that system. Many people could not vote because the system could not verify them. So as we go to Osun and Ekiti, we hope there will be an improvement in that system. But if there is no improvement, I think that INEC needs to do something urgently. And the United States that support INEC should insist on that. United States should insist that a third-party consulting company should review the INEC technology platform to ensure that it is robust enough, its performance can conduct an election in 170,000 polling units. Because what will be a major issue is if the parties do not choose candidates from the South and the Northern candidates win when there are questions about the performance of INEC in terms of the electoral system used, that will be a major fault line that will be difficult to manage. So I believe that a respect to the National Convention, a review of INEC systems and technology to make sure that it is what it says it can do and can really do it, certified. I gave them an example of Belgium that hired PwC to review its electoral voting system and got a certification that that system is robust enough, that has integrity to conduct that election. So I think that the United States through the USAID should enforce that INEC must conduct this integrity test, must conduct a user acceptance test, must conduct a performance test to review that the electronic system can work for an election. The integrity of the election will make it easy for the rest of Nigeria to accept the result. And like I said, a failure of the convention will bring us back to our fault lines.
Thank you, Chief Chiduka. I hope you're here during the next section, because some of the things you're discussing here, especially on the issue of integrity, will be part of what we'll be discussing during the electoral, the second panel. But thank you so much for some of the points you've raised. Any other person? Okay, I will now take some of the questions. I will now take some of the questions from the audience. I have one here which says, what is the policy solution needed to curb the use of violence in winning elections in Nigeria? This, I would say, this, I would like Idaya to take this particular one. The next question is, apart from a geographical space called Nigeria, elites have failed to build a nation without which one cannot claim to have any national, a nation which one cannot claim to have any national cohesion. So I think the person is asking, how do we create a nation from a geographical space? I will give this particular one to Professor Owazurike. The next one is, do we think that the current political system is faulty in conception and implementation, considering the fragmentation, culture, and cost of our electoral process? I don't know who to move this to. I will give this one to Idayat Hassan. Idayat, forgive me, I'm giving you the harder ones. I know you can deal with them. I will stop here. Let's take this round of questions, then we'll come back.
Yeah, so I guess, I guess
is, how can we provide security to areas where we have these security challenges, at least for people to come out and vote?
Thank you very much, Doctor. But I will just take maybe 1 minute to speak to Chidoka's assertions. And you know, it is typical condescending elite speak that we speak to the backwardness of a particular section of the country and the opportunism that another part of the country has given it in terms of quota system or whatever it is for as tokenism for the improvement of that section. When we continue to talk about this cutoff marks and the dispensation of entries into unity schools and universities, we tend to forget that these unity schools and universities are established in regions, in states, based on, there's a terminology for it, catchment areas. Catchment areas, and very much these cutoff marks enable the standard of education of the people, of the pupils from that region to be admitted into institutions in that area. So as elites, we really should be careful about this kind of condescending speech, which really brings all the tension that permeates our political environment and denies us that respect that we have across the regions for us to be able to effectively coalesce as a people. It doesn't say that, and this is why I am a strong advocate, actually, of the privatization of university education in Nigeria. I don't think the federal government has any business in tertiary education in Nigeria. Let education be based on merit. Sell off these universities and we will cut off all these debates. But then let me go to my question quickly. The question about the safety for the elections is all between the physical safety for people to come out and really vote and the reality that is with us, that our political elites have performed so terribly from 1999 that if honestly, if not because of the mass rejection of President Jonathan for the poor performance of that government, that we have seen an upsurge in 2015 in the election, there has been consistent voter apathy over the years. And we then tend to speak to this reality, that there is voter apathy across the regions. And the same showed up itself in 2019, similarly, with the rejection of the performance of President Buhari and the preference for Atiku, which though by some political machinations, ultimately, we have the presidency we have now. So let us try as educated elites who are traveled, who really want to build on a national cohesion to some extent, to the best that we can, be ethical and responsible and respectful in public speech when we are discussing realities. The performance of President Jonathan up to 2015 was terrible. To say it in a simple soldier's way, that the mass movement to vote in Buhari was a movement intended to install a president which, per reputation, that he was not known by performance, Nigerians thought he would be the person that will help to progress Nigeria. But more Nigerians saw the reality by 2019, and there was an effort, there was a mass effort to ensure that the current president did not return in 2019, except for the machinations of certain section of Nigerian elites. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to Idat. Policy solutions needed to help us curb the violence.
Thank you very much. I think beyond the issue of an electoral offenses commission and what the peace commission is already doing, going forward, we expect that there should be peace commissions or peace committee, the Abubakar-led peace committee at state level, that could actually help in terms of dousing tensions, aside from citizens also becoming election watchers. But there are now opportunities to make things better. And two provisions in the Electoral Act could actually provide the basis to address this. One, what is the essence of violence during elections, in particular on election days? Either to inflate the votes or to disrupt the system. And with the new Electoral Act, we have the opportunity presented by two provisions. With this new act, INEC has got the power to review elections under questionable circumstances. So assuming you kick them, you beat them, you intimidate, they now have the power to go back to their office and do review. And again, the question of overvoting has been taken away because now a valid vote will be determined based on the number of accredited voters. So there are positives in the new Electoral Act, as well as other things that will actually happen. But to the issue of how people and why people will actually come out to vote during the elections, simply put, it will depend on the candidates that are actually on the ballot. It's not just the security issue that will ensure people come out. So how young they are, what they actually stand for, and what Nigerians actually see that they can deliver in the next 4 years, or we might have less than 20% turnout in this elections, but it could also be increased. The second question, I didn't get it, please.
Okay, I'll come back to you on the second question, but let me take Professor Wazirike. How can we create a nation from the geographical space called Nigeria?
Yes, there is no question that one of our leaders once reminded us that Nigeria, as it existed up to 1950, was mostly a geographical expression. And he was right, because clearly this is an attempt at nation building that needed to deal with the identity issues of the various segments of this nation. You always have to go back to the years 1906 to 1940 when Lugard was putting Nigeria together. Very clearly, there was no vote, there was no consultation, and so on. But be that as it may, as Americans would say, when you are given a lemon, you make lemonade. Nigeria clearly is part of the Pan-African emergence in the 1950s, where unity and progress were anchored in our getting together, in our making an effort to become one people as much as possible without losing our identity. So the geographical space called Nigeria is facing the same kind of problem that other countries in the region and in the continent are facing. More importantly, we're facing the same kind of problems Americans had in building a sense of Americanness in their own journey. We're facing the same kind of problems the British have faced before and are facing now in terms of the relationship between England, Scotland, and so on. So this is not a new problem. That's one reason why I mentioned that we should not limit our productivity. We don't have to ape anyone and such, even though we can always emulate what we find good anywhere else. What can be done specifically? I would say we need to go back to the Constitution. The Constitution has been roundly condemned because of its initial statement that we people give ourselves that particular 1999 Constitution, and that's not completely. It's not a bad document, and I would refer people to go back to Chapter 2 on the fundamentals of state policy, as it were, where in that particular segment, Chapter 2 of the fundamental objectives of state policy. In that particular chapter, a whole lot was said about how to make Nigeria one cohesive country. The drawback is that it was not meant to can hold anybody responsible for not doing anything along those lines. But otherwise, the ideas are there. And part of it is to lower the tension in terms of identity politics. As General Bala was saying, you can make requests, you can talk about issues without necessarily jumping on anybody, but we must also tell ourselves the truth. So it's very important to understand clearly that this journey is far from complete. It's still a journey in progress. I would say very clearly, identity politics is very important. Nation building and all the requirements of the Constitution that we can follow, as well as kinds of critique.
Thank you, Prof. I think we've gotten your explanation. Let me move to the next question, and this is to Mike. Mike, someone is asking, does it amount to undermining Nigerian sovereignty if the US or any other country imposes sanctions on Nigerian leaders who violate electoral rules or election rules?
I would argue not at all. The sanctions that we would imply would be related to who comes into the United States territory or who uses our facilities. That's really a function of our sovereignty. We would do it based on very transparent measures and criteria that are fundamentally founded in what the interests are of the Nigerian people.
Okay, thank you. My next question, okay, this is the one Idayat will not answer. Someone wants to know, how do we correct the faulty nature of the nation, especially issues that pertain to fragmentation, culture, and cost of electoral process? How do we correct it before we go to 2023 election?
I think important is, as I was listening to the last speaker, I was shouting justice, 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 justice. I think that there is a strong need for Nigeria to come to justice with all our federating nation. And because when you look at the country, there are different grievances affecting different parts of the country. There is no part that is actually segmented. And as a whole, we will need to address all these grievances, maybe by finally looking at it from a transitional justice point of view. One that will have to do truth-telling, paying reparation, and even acknowledging some of the injustices that have been done to different parts of the country, starting with the southeast of the country to all the federating units. I think that will be the beginning of nation building for us, and fairness. Then we can talk about other developmental issues. But without coming to justice, and we even bring development, sustainable peace might still be elusive.
Thank you so much. The next question is to General Bala, and someone is asking, do you think zoning the presidency to the southeast will address the IPOB situation?
Well, I thank you very much for that question. I really don't know, because I know very well about the, I know to some extent, with due respect, about the southeastern elites, people like, of course, Chidoka, and I know the IPOB proponents like Nwankwo, like Kanu, like Mazi Kanu. So if the presidency is actually zoned to the southeast, I think now the issue would be, from a moral standpoint, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be given the first right of refusal to be the presidential candidate that will straddle either on the basis of ABGA, PDP, or APC, if he wants to really win from a national spread. So this is actually the question that the southeastern elites will need to sort out among themselves. You know, so whether IPOB's agitation will be addressed will be very much a factor of how the people of the southeast themselves are able to deal with the frontline warriors like Nnamdi Kanu, who established and are currently in detention about this their nationalistic movement, and those who are at the fringes, who really want to take advantage of the opportunity, should there be a national consensus, so to speak, to say, okay, just like we had it in 1999, that all parties should allow strictly for candidates from the southeast. So I don't think it is a solution that is straightforward.
Okay, let me do this thing. Since this conference is interactive and we're trying to brainstorm and have ideas, share thoughts together, and Chiduka is in the room, let me give Chiduka opportunity to reply to this. Do you think zoning presidency to the southeast, we saw a surge the IPOB issue?
Well, it's what I call again a misunderstanding of the issues in the southeast. The IPOB is not looking forward to Nigeria's presidency. The IPOB is looking for an independent state or Biafra. And the majority of Igbos have voted for Nigeria. In 2019 election, despite IPOBs saying that Igbos should not participate, they came out en masse and voted for Atiku. Interestingly, in that election, Buhari got his highest number of vote increase in the southeast. From 5% of the votes in the southeast, he moved up to about 23%, showing you that the majority of Igbos have voted to be in Nigeria, to respect Nigeria's rules and to engage with the Nigerian state. No other ethnic group has invested in Nigeria like the Igbos. So when the Yorubas, led by Gani Adams of OPC, was campaigning for presidency, the Nigerian people did not give OPC the first right of refusal. They gave the tickets to President Obasanjo, as was given by PDP, and Olufalaye, and Nigerians decided on which Yoruba man they wanted for that presidency. That was how Obasanjo lost in his ward, lost in his local government, and yet emerged the president of Nigeria. If it was a parliamentary system, Obasanjo would not have made it to the parliament. So the idea is that the rest of Nigeria, when zoned to the southeast, will make a decision about that Igbo man who is engaged with Nigeria. Those Igbo people that live in Birnin Kebbi, that live in Lagos, that live in Ibadan, that live in Yenogua and doing their business every day, have voted with their feet for Nigeria. So the fact that there is an independent group running, the IRA running, asking for independence of Ireland, did not stop the Irish people who believed in the United Kingdom from coming to London and coming to join the parliament. So it is a false argument and false narrative to aggregate the campaign of those who want secession. And I believe that, if I'm right, there are people collecting signatures asking for California to be an independent state in the US. It is the right of any individual, not using violence, to demand whatever you want in a democracy. And it is the right of the majority to choose what they want in a democracy. So I think that that issue does not arise.
Thank you so much. The next question I will go to Hidayat. I think we are running up now. Okay, someone from the audience wants to, okay, give him the, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Can you introduce yourself, please, and then ask your question?
My name is Dr. Donald Azubike. I want to rebut some of the comments made by this gentleman behind him, Mr. Osita Chidoka. You espoused the minds of majority of the Igbos, and I don't think you have the mandate of the entire Igbo based on what you just said. From every common knowledge in Nigerian politics, there has never been a clean, clear political dispensation in terms of voting. And I am surprised that he recognized the exaggerated numbers he cited, like many people voted overwhelmingly for Nigerian state and for Buhari. Where did you get that information from? Number one. Number two, it is obvious that no vote has ever been regularized or accounted for. These are made up figures dating back 50 years, counting. There's never been a free and fair election in Nigeria. And I'm surprised you're citing some kind of bogus information right here, right now. And let me say one other thing. Let me make one other thing clear. Nnamdi Kanu is a big factor in Nigerian politics, or whatever you think it is. There has to be a Biafra state, a Biafra nation. And no matter how you put it, I'm surprised you don't know we are over 70 million Biafrans seeking for independence. And I'm sure you know, you are very convinced that there is a Biafra nation is coming. And then, by the way, why are we discussing political dispensation in Nigeria?
Sorry, I may have to interrupt you now. Please, if you look at what we are talking about the 2023 election.
Exactly, I'm going there right now.
If your interjection or your argument is not going there, I need to cut you.
I'm going on.
Sorry, I'm cutting you off.
No, I'm going there right now.
You can stay in the next. There's a next that will talk about the election. You can.
No, I want to talk about the election.
All right,
now.
Then talk about the election now. Yes.
The 2023 election, right?
Yes.
I can assure you, sir, that 2023 election is farce. It's not going to happen because all the elected leaders in the past have always been thieves. They're criminals. So you are projecting criminals in 2023 after all what's been happening.
Okay, you've taken your 3 minutes. So, you've taken your 3 minutes. Thank you. So I'm going to give all the panelists 2 minutes to round up, and then we'll be up. Thank you. I will start with Mike. Mike, let me start with you. 2 minutes.
Great, thanks. So again, I would argue that Nigeria has a fantastic opportunity to seize. And the question is, do the people of Nigeria and do the political leaders and candidates who want to lead the country forward from 2023 choose to take that opportunity and run with it, to create and establish a vision for what Nigeria can be again, and to reset the country onto a single path forward, a path of unity, a path of prosperity and security. Fundamentally, we have seen in the insecurity as well as in the corruption and the public frustration, whether it's taking to the streets in Lagos or just by giving up on the political process. There's a deep frustration by the people of Nigeria. They're hungry for security, they're hungry for opportunity. And I think as we go forward over the next 11 months to the national elections, we have an opportunity to reset the dialogue and to reset the path forward that Nigeria is on. I think it's something that the Nigerian people are hungry for, that they should be demanding, and the United States remains a committed partner of the people of Nigeria to achieve that on security, on governance, on economic opportunity, to see once again the full potential that Nigeria can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I'll move to General Bala.
Thank you very much. I think I will make it quick and short because I've already established the thesis of my conversation that elitism and the need for building elite consensus is very, very important. I have gone through the questions that are thrown up in the Q&A, and I'm quite concerned that Nigerians so much have more confidence in a nation that has its own political problems like the USA, that USA seems to be the resting shore for the continuum of the Nigerian state. We are a sovereign nation just like the USA. The USA indeed is it's a country of its own with specific interests. As way back as 1999, its clear interest in Nigeria with stability of oil supply, peacekeeping in the sub-region, and the Niger Delta, which goes back to securing the oil lines and the Gulf of Guinea. Beyond that, it was about, at present, the concern of the United States is the encroachment of China and Russia into this region and how democracy, how democratic Nigeria will be able to serve, to contest this competition it has. And of course, the humanitarian counter-pandemic, counter-terrorism thing. We have our problems. As elites in Nigeria, we should engage in respectful speech to build our own nation. No other country, no other people will serve our own interests because they have their own interests. So the more we look inwards and we try to solve our own problems, building a nation, and what more, ours is a very, very young nation. We are only 62 years old. But we tend to assume that nation, even the United States, 200 and something years, we all saw what happened on the 6th of June. And we all saw the bitterness of the current existing bitterness in the internal politics of the United States that there is. But their elites are not calling on US or Russia or other countries to come and help them. So this consistent disposition of that word that hurts me, even when I was schooling in the United States, help, help. We should get out. We are proud Africans, and we should start to think about how we as a people should coalesce. Nigeria is a nation because you find northerners everywhere. You have southern. In northern Nigeria alone, there are 3 million Northeasterners.
Thank you, General.
So
thank you.
let us build a nation, and the 2023 elections will happen. Will surely happen. Thank you.
Okay, let me give Idayat Hassan her own 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. The discussion has been very interesting, and it shows us as a very vibrant lot that we are as Nigerians. We may not agree, but we do have the capacity. We are very dynamic and we do have untapped potential, which definitely we would reach. The 2023 elections is actually an opportunity for us to renegotiate our country and the potential of the country to what we actually deserve, which we hope will be peace, prosperity, security, and all those positives. And I think that to get there, we all need to come together as a coalition for a change, a very broad coalition for change. Of course, supported by our partners, our international partners, but most importantly, comprising of us as Nigerians, media, the civil society, the traditional and religious institutions are a very important lot in this broad coalition, and the politicians as well. This country belongs to us, and we do have the opportunity to renegotiate the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Professor Wazirike?
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. I share the view that this has been a very worthwhile and exciting debate on what can make Nigeria a greater entity in the African continent. As a Pan-Africanist, I very clearly see some of the same issues that bother us in Nigeria, bothering everywhere else, from Ethiopia to Liberia and so on. And in some cases, because these things were being managed, because conversation was limited, because also creativity was ramped upon, those countries fell into the kind of habits that they did, and many of them have, thank God, managed to come out of it. But I will say very clearly that Nigeria is moving towards a fifth republic, so to say, where very clearly chapter 2 in the constitution can be made to this year. It's very clear to me that if national stability is the main quest, then local legitimacy and popular legitimacy have to be things we take seriously and not for granted. I'll say very clearly the argument on constitutional presidency. Nobody should see this as an attempt to cordon off people into small pieces. It's really about equity and justice. It can make Nigeria greater depending on how it's handled. It's a request of other Nigerians. And I would say clearly that, even as we debate this, the political parties have already gone very far with their discussions on rotationality and so on. It's not a dirty word in Nigeria at all. But there are those who agree and there are those who disagree. But let me conclude by saying that the main quest for a country on a journey since 1946 is one of progress. It's almost like asking the question, is the glass of water half full or half empty? I would say it's filling up. It's filling up. We have a long way to go. And I align myself with General Obasanjo's warning that if there's no justice or equity, very clearly, Nigeria will be more trouble than bargain. Very clearly, it is the turn of the Southeast.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you for your contribution. Before I thank the panelists, I want to give a brief summary, which for me, what came out here very strongly is that issue of national cohesion is important. How we define it is even more important. Do we rotate the presidency, or do we not have a country after 2023? Whichever way we go, we should know that we have a nation to build, a state to build. And with that, I want to thank Mike for honoring us, General Bala for being here, Idayat Hassan for honoring us, and Professor Wazirike. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone. And I think we'll have a break and then we'll come back to for the next panel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carl Levan. I'm a professor at American University in Washington, D.C., and a longtime friend of Nigeria. And I'm very pleased to be a part of this second panel on election reforms in Nigeria's 2023 election at the all-day conference here on U.S. policy and Nigeria's national decisions in the 2023 elections. It's great to be partnering with Next Year SPD, who I've really enjoyed working with during my regular trips to Abuja, and very pleased to be a part of the collaborative work with Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies and the African Studies program. I've learned a lot about Africa sitting in this room, so it's nice to come down and visit a neighbor. And On the panel today, we have 4 distinguished guests, including Dr. Hussaini Abdu, who's with CARE International in Nigeria. We're also joined by Uge Timi-Panipre, who works for the National Democratic Institute in Abuja. And that's a very special affiliation for me because NDI was, of course, my introduction to Nigeria just a few months after the transition. And it's been very near to my heart ever since. We'll also be joined by Aisha Osori of the Open Society Institute, West Africa, OSIWA. And last but not least, Cynthia Mbalu from Yaga, Africa, a very important critical voice for youth participation in politics, for electoral integrity, and for peaceful political competition in Nigeria. We only have a little bit more than 1 hour, which is slightly less time than the previous panel had. So I'm going to be very brief in my own reflections and thoughts about what I think are some of the issues and challenges motivating the 2023 election. One thing I want to start by saying is that voter turnout has declined steadily in each election since 2003, when voting participation among registered voters peaked at 69%. In the most recent election that I observed in 2019, registered voter turnout was only about 35%. So that raises a series of important questions about practical barriers to participation. And in political science, my field, such decline in turnout can also sometimes be an indicator about legitimacy. That is, do elections serve as an instrument of choosing leaders and holding leaders accountable that people have confidence in? And that brings me to my second thought about where we are heading into 2023 elections, which is that Nigeria, like many countries across the African continent, have seen a significant rise in non-electoral political participation. That is, over the last several years, more and more countries have seen protests and all sorts of social movements arising, making political demands, and increasingly demands not just about bread and butter issues and economics, that, like along the lines of what we saw in the 1980s during the structural adjustment protests, but actually demands for better governance. This is something that's been noted by USAID studies, by the intelligence community in the United States, and of course by some of the Nigerian activists and scholars who are participating in today's conference. Taking note that DJ Switch will be on the next panel. And certainly I would characterize the End SARS movement as a critical example of that broader continental trend. So again, trying to think about this shift in types of participation in Africa and in Nigeria from merely thinking about elections to other types of participation. A third issue, which is informing both policy evaluations as well as the feasibility of participation in next year's elections, is that Nigeria has seen a rise in state violence against civilians. And this was noted in the previous panel, and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Gonzalez noted the United States' robust commitment to accountability for the security services, and we applaud that. And to the extent that this conference can stay focused on those questions of how the U.S. can help Nigeria move forward with fair elections that generate an outcome that people have confidence in, I hope we can direct some of our conversation to that. And that's because fear conditions political behavior. One thing I explored in my last book, Contemporary Nigerian Politics, Competition in a Time of Transition and Terror, is that violence can also motivate citizen demands for accountability. That is, the level of insecurity can become a political campaign issue in and of itself. Thus far, I think the instability in Nigeria has been poorly articulated as a political issue for example, a political campaign. That is an issue that could fit into some sort of matrix of political competition. And one reason for this, which was amply explored by the last panel, is that the insecurity that Nigeria is experiencing now is much more fragmented than it was several years ago. The scale of instability is different, the types of instability is different, and the geographical dispersion of instability is tremendous. It's something that is perhaps unique in Nigeria's modern political history. And then fourth, and this is something that is a newer conversation, I think, compared to the dialogues that we seem to have every 3 or 4 years about elections in Nigeria, is that I think the globalized factors shaping Nigeria's electoral competition are going to be very different this time. So, of course, we've previously talked about the involvement of China and China's increased engagement in Nigeria and other African countries, but there's no question that in some way, Russia's engagement in Europe, its war against Ukraine, and Russia's close partnership with China is going to change some of the globalized dynamics of electoral competition in Nigeria and elsewhere. And so I think today is an opportunity for all of us to think that through. And I want to invite us to think that through carefully and honestly. And the reason why that's important is because elections don't just choose a particular leader for a particular country. Elections also operate within a context of external legitimacy. That is, the international community, as a community, makes judgments or has to make decisions about whether to recognize a government and the process of choosing the government as legitimate. And in the context of a more divided global geopolitical context, we may be looking at a different kind of set of decisions than we have previously. So those are some of my broad comments of framing, I think, where we are. But I also want to make sure that we take advantage of the expertise that we have available today for today's panel. And these distinguished participants will be able to comment on the political context of political competition, but also to a great extent, some of the technical and logistical issues involved in preparing for the 2023 elections. And I want to perhaps begin by congratulating civil society for its robust push in partnership with others to make sure that the Electoral Reform Act actually got passed. And so the progress with the Electoral Reform Act was a big step forward, and I look forward to learning more about that from our panelists today. So perhaps moving right in from that, I want to give Cynthia Mbalu from IAGA a few minutes to offer her opening remarks, and perhaps those comments I just made give her a little bit of an opening for talking about IAGA's critical work in advancing the Electoral Reform Act. Great to see you, Cynthia.
Hi, Carl. Thank you. Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, whatever part of the country or the world you are listening from. Yeah, I think, Carl, you made a very important point, and I'm glad you started with issues around declining voter turnout, because that remains a major challenge in the elections in Nigeria, especially questions around will you attribute low turnout to a question of legitimacy, or will it be around voter apathy, or just Nigerians resisting the system or protesting by not participating in the system? And I think one of the things we've learned from the electoral reform process is there's actually a lot of interest among citizens now to engage and participate. When we think about the work of IAGA Africa in the electoral reform process, and the fact that for the first time we saw a lot of young people, a lot of citizens and CSOs collaborating to demand for a new law. I stand to be corrected. This is probably one of the reform process where there was a lot of noise around the bill, and where there was protests, civic engagement on social media and other platforms. And I think the push for this new law and the final signing of the bill into law was a testament on the prospects when in citizens' collaboration and collaborative efforts to demand accountability in the process. So if there's a major learning from that process, is the fact that there is an appetite for participation, which is an opportunity for civic actors or actors in the space to leverage and towards the next general elections, especially thinking about the conversation in the previous panel, on the fact that are we ready for elections, and what are the citizens in the country, what are their views about the elections? And I think there is a lot of hope that this bill, this new law, rather the Electoral Act, has the potential to promote transparency and credibility in the process. So that's one part of the conversation. And the other part of the conversation will be around the context and the ability of political parties to not just garner citizens' support to the agenda for the elections, but also to ensure that they balance power across different levels of diversity. So be it regional diversity, be it gender, be it age. And I think that would be critical towards the next elections, because 2023, there will be a lot of things to think about. Currently, the country is largely polarized. There's a lot of agitations from different sections, from different regions. So it's beyond just agitation in the Southeast. Every part of the country has different levels of agitation. And I think what that is indicating is that people are just generally dissatisfied, and they feel the need to speak up, and they deserve, or they feel the need to build the need for a country that they could call theirs. And with the levels of agitation, the other part is, how do you ensure that in the conversations for the next elections, the parties understand the importance of balancing interests across the region, just so that the elections, the agenda for the elections is targeted towards national integration and social cohesion across board. And then the conversation around diversity with respect to gender. As a young Nigerian woman, I believe that gender should be one of the issues driving the conversations in the next elections. And because already we have the electoral reform process, so a lot of women-led groups participating in that engagement. There were proposals for some gender bills, the constitution review process, which also had its own challenge. But how do the parties ensure that as a plan for the next election, that gender is on the table? And then the youth question, because the NSAS showed Nigerians, or taught us a major lesson, that a lot of Nigerians, young Nigerians, are really frustrated, and they're looking for channels to engage. And I think from the NSAS, there have been major learnings from there. One of the positives is the increase in young people asking about, how do I register to vote? Where do I get my permanent voter's card to participate? But beyond that, for the first time, I go on social media platforms and I'm seeing several conversations, be it via Twitter Spaces or on Instagram Live, targeting issues on the elections, led by young people, young voices, building new centers of power that were never really active before the NSAS protest. And I think there is a lot of learning from that. And on the youth question, the conversation will be around, what are the prospects for youth candidates in the elections? One, because there's a direct correlation with the quality and level of youth candidacy and how that inspires participation. We need to draw that connecting line, because when younger people see younger candidates, there's a potential to inspire the interest to participate in the elections. And why do I feel the need to highlight the several levels of diversities that need to be considered? And because for a country like Nigeria, almost every elections, we say Nigeria's this is a major crossroad. This next election will determine our unity and whatever. This is the fact almost every elections, but this time around, the situation is much worse than it were in 2018. The reality is now, be it the socioeconomic circumstances that we live in, be it the threat to the civic space, or just be it the lack of connection between government and the people, the fragmentation in the state. There's a lot more at stake this time around. And in order to ensure that towards the next elections, that the gains we have achieved in having a new electoral law and the gains we've achieved with inspiring citizens to engage the process from the electoral reform process, that we build on it towards the next elections, a lot needs to be considered in issues around managing diversity, investing in building the process, and ensuring that this new act is truly implemented to inspire confidence in the citizens to participate in the process. This would be my initial thoughts on this issue, and I'll pause for now.
Thank you so much for that compelling introduction, Cynthia. And I certainly hope we can come back to many of those issues raised by the Electoral Act. And I'd like to hear more later about the politics of how it was passed. Next, I'd like to go to Dr. Hussaini Abdu and maybe hear your opening comments, especially if you'd like to respond to some of the challenges that preparations for the election will present in some of the areas where CARE International works. You're muted. You're muted, sir. You're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks. For this, I think Cynthia has set up a strong background for this conversation. By the way, I chair the board of IAGA Africa. So Cynthia is my colleague in IAGA, and CARE doesn't necessarily work on elections, but I'm one who have had a strong and longer presence in elections work in the country over the years. Yes, of course, Nigeria is going through a major electoral process, and how we manage this process will determine the direction of the country post 2023. Of course, the passing of the new electoral law is a major point of departure in actually trying to explain or examine what the next election will look like. But I know that in the last few weeks, the kind of conversation that I have been involved with in the country are people asking this question. That now, okay, we have a new electoral act, and that it has had some very interesting provisions that could actually help in strengthening our electoral process. Does that mean that the 2023 elections will be free, fair, and credible? Right? And that's a kind of question that people ask. And of course, I'm afraid it may not necessarily be so, but we expect that there will be significant improvement, particularly based on some of the gaps that were identified in the previous elections. The transmission of results, the whole issue around overvoting, and the death of a candidate before the final announcement of results, obtaining result in duress or under questionable circumstances. All these major electoral related fraud issues have been significantly addressed in the new law. The same thing in terms of the INEC institution itself, its capacity to determine whether to transmit election results electronically or not, making the resources available to INEC on time for them to actually be able to invest in whatever they need to run the elections. So all these we are bound to improve and probably reverse some of those issues that hindered effective performance of INEC. But again, that may not necessarily be the major thing that will shape the direction of the elections. And if you look at the Electoral Act, the bulk of the provisions are largely on the institutions of INEC and the procedure and processes of conducting the elections. There is no significant investment in terms of people's attitude to elections, the whole issue around the political culture of the country, and how the culture, the perception, the practice of our politics actually shapes the character of our elections, or of the fact that you have a polity or you have a democracy without Democrats actually being really active in it, of which the basic values of democracy is actually not fully imbibed. They don't believe it. The process is okay only when it serves them, when they are on the side of the victory, and it is not okay once it is actually not serving those people. So that for me is going to be a fundamental challenge, despite the new Electoral Act. The second one is this, my impression, and I've said this on several occasions, that a new and strong electoral law can only serve one electoral cycle in the country. It serves only one electoral cycle. The next one, because from the first electoral cycle, the politicians perfect it. They understand the gaps and major lacunas within those laws, try to see how they can manipulate it, and then the next election, they roll it out. And then we have, and that's why perpetually we kept going when every electoral season we have reason to demand for a new electoral law. Of course, it took a long while for us to have this, but it is not because people have not been demanding for it, but it is more because the people who are supposed to enact this law have refused to perform their responsibility. And I'm happy that you congratulated the civil society and other partners who have worked assiduously in ensuring that this particular act is passed. So we are out for a very interesting time, and that is something that should attract everyone, and we all need to be vigilant and pay attention to all the details, and but recognizing the fact that it is good that we have the new Electoral Act, but it does not necessarily mean that this new act is actually going to create the best of elections. Unless we remain vigilant as citizens, it is only we that actually make it work, but the law will not run itself, people will run it. Thank you.
Thank you for your opening comments. And Uge Timi Panipre, I hope you can follow the excellent example set by your predecessors and tell us a little bit about some of your opening thoughts. And in particular, I think I'd like to hear a little bit, and I think our listeners and viewers would like to hear a little bit about how the international community and election observation missions can help make sure that Nigeria has free and fair and competitive elections. Uge?
Thank you, and hi everyone. I'm happy to be here with you. I have gone through your earlier thoughts and looking at the first key comments you made. You talked about the declining voter turnout, and then you talked about non-electoral political participation. And I think there is a connect between these two. Similar factors driving the two in opposite directions. For example, there is general dissatisfaction. People believe government is not doing what they're elected to do. And so while on one hand, that is making people to decline coming out to vote, on the other hand, that is also helping young people to protest and organize, as we saw in the case of the NSAS and other organizing we have seen so far. So one area is citizens' dissatisfaction with poor governance that have made them to decline in voter turnout. And then perception. Citizens believe, the average Nigerian believe that irrespective of the gains that INEC has achieved, of course, the recent electoral act, we think a lot has been achieved, but citizens have not been convinced enough that the processes that happen on election day are credible and they lead to the results announced and candidates elected. And that brings me to the role of international community. And yeah, at NDI, India has basically worked with citizens, especially the marginalized groups, young people, women, persons with disabilities, to strengthen their capacity to engage, to ensure that they engage more effectively with elected officials, they engage more effectively in the political process. So we see groups that have been supported are able to work with INEC to come with significant results, such as the deployment of grey ballot guides we saw in recent elections, in terms of review of making constitutional changes, the reduction of age limitations, and at the same time helping young people to ensure they participate constructively and peacefully by departing from the formal way of participating in violent elections. So these are some ways NDI has worked with citizens to ensure that especially marginalized groups, young people, women, persons with disabilities, have a better capacity to engage the electoral process and become part of it.
Thank you for those opening comments. That was Uge Timi Panipre from the National Democratic Institute in Abuja. Last but not least, we'll hear from Aisha Osori from the Open Society Foundations, and very much looking forward to hearing your insights about the political context in Nigeria and some of the opportunities for moving democracy forward.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Thank you, Carl, for your introduction and for setting a really good background. And it's a pleasure to be here with Husseini, Cynthia, and Timi, Ugo, sorry. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think there are three things around the political context, by no means the only things, but at least some that can help frame what we can expect. I think the first one is that the incumbent president is not running. So unlike 2015, where we were really expecting that, of course, you know, our history in Nigeria is that incumbents always win the elections. With the 2023 elections, President Buhari is no longer going to be on the ballot. And so in a way, it has its advantages and disadvantages, but the field seems to be wide open in a way that hopefully will excite voters in a way that maybe nothing has in a while, because I mean, we've talked about voter apathy, and I think one of the reasons for voter apathy is because people are not excited, amongst other reasons, by the candidates. But the thing is that the APC, a platform that's only a little older than President Buhari's tenure, is also not quite a party, which is why I didn't call it a party, I said a platform. It's a platform that's showing some severe cracks. So I think that will also have some implication for how the candidate for APC emerges, what happens to that party after the convention and after the primaries. My bets would be that we will see many defections. The question is to where. We only have 18 parties, and I think INEC has made it clear that there'll be no more registration of any new parties before the election. So that's the first one, an incumbent that's not running, a party that's not quite a party. The second is that I think we definitely have a lot more engaged Nigerians now, as evidenced not only by NSARS, but also by many different protests that have happened, Stop the Bleeding in the North, and just regular contestation, including just last week with women, you know, insisting around the country that the National Assembly review the constitutional amendment and reconsider the 5 gender bill. So you're seeing a lot more engaged Nigerians that are understanding that we just can't sort of sit on the sidelines, we have to get more active. In addition to being more engaged, we're also seeing that many people are declaring their contest, interest in running for office, young people, more women, more everybody. In a way, it's almost as if the last 8 years have shown people that, look, we all have to get involved. And I think for me, another element of more engaged Nigerians is that we're also seeing Nigerians understanding that we're going to fund causes and campaigns that we care about. Again, NSAS is an excellent example, but even just on the social scene, what we see with many Nigerians giving, whether it's 1,000 Naira to their favorite candidates on Big Brother Nigeria, or the money that Davido, the art superstar, raised over a night, we can see that many Nigerians are seeing that if we like somebody, if we believe in someone, then we need to put something in that. I think that's also positive. And then the other context finally would just be that there's really, our social cohesion is quite weak. It's been damaged over the last 8 years. Of course, there's terrible insecurity everywhere caused by a mixture of bandits, lack of law and order, breakdown in law and order, economic hardship that's resulted in more armed robberies, and just, yeah, terrorism is still there. And so when you put all that in the mix, it's going to be interesting how the elections are going to turn out. But I think these contexts also provide some opportunities. I think the first one is for elite consensus and the political parties. I think between now and maybe hopefully the primaries, which are really looming, or maybe after the primaries, I think we need to define a new elite consensus, maybe not with the same old actors, maybe with new actors, but we definitely need to, if the two main parties, APC and PDP, hold undemocratic primaries, as is probably going to be the case, and present candidates with the crop of men that Nigerians are increasingly tired and suspicious of, then I think this will further delegitimize the government if indeed one of those two men, and they will be men, win in 2023. So, but I think that's dangerous when you look at what's happening around West Africa. the Guinea and Mali coups followed elections where the majority were either apathetic to or very unhappy with the results. When people wait 4 or 5 years to wield their powers to hold government accountable and get the sense that their patient wait was in vain, then we find that they will support other undemocratic ways to get those people out of power, and it's never really for the good of everyone. So I think rule of law has to be a key issue going forward. I think the second one is just the ability to see how we can make sure that the next elections are not violent. And we have to see how we can deter the use of the Nigerian police and the Nigerian army to disrupt and intimidate. We saw that in 2019. SBM Intel, a think tank research, have said that at least 600 people died around election-related violence in 2019. We saw rape of INEC officials in 2019. We saw lots of disruptions, especially in opposition strongholds in Kano, in Lagos. So these are the things that keep people indoors during elections. And in addition to asking, and the favorite thing that we do is we ask presidential candidates, governors in contentious states to sign peace accords. I think we're going to have to move from that, in addition to asking the army chief and the IGP to also sign pledges of peace to ensure that their men are not going to be deployed for violence, and even maybe undertaking to share the deployment of their officers across the country to make sure that we can hold somebody accountable when there's a breakdown of peace and law and order. And finally, support for INEC. Fantastic strides made with the Electoral Reform Act, the new bills or the new laws, but it's not enough. As Husseini sort of hinted, we need to sort of think about the spirit, not just the letter of the laws. And the spirit of the laws is that sometimes, INEC gets everything it wants, but it still doesn't deliver. So we're also going to have to hold INEC's feet to the fire to make sure that, it's prepared, it doesn't repeat the mistakes of 2019 in terms of logistics, that we're not going to be compromised when it comes to the appointment of over 20 recs between now and the next elections. And I think for all these things, we need the US to be ready to deploy the Magnitsky Act just to make sure that, we can hold people accountable at the end of the day. Thank you.
I'm going to pick up on that and ask a tough question, which also connects with some of the comments made in the previous panel by Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Mike Gonzalez, and also, of course, some of the human rights concerns raised by Idiyat Hassan from the Center for Democracy and Development. And that is to say, Dr. Sora, you mentioned electoral violence and insecurity and some of the things that need to be taken, steps that need to be taken to uphold rule of law. And I think there's always a robust emphasis on prevention leading up to the election and building trust. And often this is around changing values or civic education and teaching people about the value of voting. I was impressed with the previous campaigns around vote, not fight, for example. And some of the successes around that honestly surprised me a bit. I thought it was really quite successful. But this raises a couple of questions. One question is, do we need to worry more about the military this time around now that trust is so low in the wake of SARS and the police misbehavior? And then sort of related to that, and you already hinted at this, is who has been held accountable in recent elections for election violence? Because that's going to be critical, I think, in getting people out there and making them feel like it's going to be safe if politicians or others actually fear being held accountable for mobilizing thugs.
Thank you. You want me to take that, right? Well, I mean, yes. I mean, starting with the last one, to my knowledge, honestly, nobody's been held accountable for the violence that we saw in 2019, 2015, or even terribly in 2011, where we had the horrible violence in Kaduna that led to over 1,000 people being killed as a result of people being unhappy, supposedly with the results of that election. Now, typically after violent elections, such as the one that we had in 2011, we find that there would be a panel of inquiry. So we had the Sheikh Lemu panel. The people who are going to be indicted will be indicted, but at the end of the day, nothing happens. Typically, there's this sense that INEC is supposed to be responsible for what we call election-related crimes. But as other people will argue, they're just crimes. They're not election-related crimes. Why does INEC have to be the one to prosecute? Why can't we just have, the Attorney General of the states or the federal government prosecuting? That's one. The second is that the army is never really held to account either. Neither is the Nigeria police. You have all sorts of funny stories like the last elections where the army says to us, the public, oh yeah, there were men in military, but they were not our men. So, I mean, maybe they stole the uniforms or maybe they managed to sew our uniforms. It's a complete failure to take responsibility, which is why maybe going forward, just as Husseini said, with each election, we too, just as the politicians are looking for how to game the system, we who are trying to make sure we can improve our elections and the democracy have to also keep upping the game. So I think upping the game for 2023 would be to ask the police IG, to ask the army chief to say, for each state, who are you deploying? We would like to see the list of the officers, and these are the people who will be held accountable for any violence in those states, so that everybody's on their best behavior. I think that might help. And in terms of, I think I'll stop there and maybe let somebody else layer on what I've just said.
Thank you. I'd like to maybe ask Husseini Abdu about your comments, to follow up on your comment about social conditions deteriorating, because I think that's certainly a fair comment. And so I'm wondering, Dr. Abdu, if you have seen that in your work and how you think that might influence the likelihood of fair and open and peaceful political competition. How are deteriorating social conditions going to impact the 2023 elections?
Yeah, sure. The social condition of the country has been deteriorating. We have seen increasing level of poverty in the country, and we've also seen the level of unemployment is actually unprecedented, particularly youth unemployment. The last 8 years has been quite tough, has been quite difficult for a lot of people. The increasing violence in different parts of the country has further displaced people in their thousands, and people have lost their livelihood, and that has a strong capacity to affect how they relate with the electoral process. There are two dimensions to this. One is that people's social conditions and difficulties could prompt them to go in there and say, look, we need to transform this, we want to change it. And then again, on the other side, there could be a flip of it, where this social condition could further push people away from the government and began as they struggle to find alternative livelihood for themselves, and they begin to withdraw. They begin to withdraw from the state, and the state becomes more like a distraction to them, and they don't want to see anything to do with that. And if you look at across many communities, you see that playing out. And that is why sometimes when I hear people say that because of the social economic condition of the people have been deeply mobilized by that condition and therefore will come out to vote. And I say that they can actually have seen the flip side in other dioceses where that condition, and we'll see that, and I can give example of different communities where I work, where people just feel like, even when you are discussing, you're talking about social services and you're having conversation on how people can collectively agitate and make demands on their authorities. And they say, look, if as NGO you want to do this for us, you do it. But these people are not responsible and we don't have any business with them. And therefore what that means is that, look, we don't want to engage them, we don't want to be part of them, and therefore we're not going to vote, because in the first place, when you vote for them, you only vote, you end up empowering them, they steal public resources. You see a poor man today and tomorrow you elect him, and by the next day, his life has completely transformed, while your life is getting deep in poverty and exclusion. And so that attitude will be there, and that is a major thing. And that is why, as civil society and major players in this electoral process, that is a part of the places where we need to invest to actually continue to demystify this particular situation and begin to engage people and mobilize them and get them to understand that their condition is actually attached to the character of the elections, and that they can actually get the right people who could work to transform that condition. But otherwise, if you look at the area, even the NSAS protest was one of the major drivers of it. But again, another thing here is also that, look, because there were massive protests, there are a lot of protests on the street and people are deeply mobilized. But there is a big difference in Nigerian context between oppositional protest and elections. Sometimes it is easy. Sometimes people who may not even vote may come out to express themselves, to make some demands, but when it comes to the day of elections, you don't find them. And then those who vote, you will not find some of those people also on the street. And we've seen that even with the previous elections, where there were maybe some preceding engagement with some social economic issues in the country. But I hope that the major thing is how do we galvanize action? How do we work on some of this emerging protest culture to transform that to also support electoral processes? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. We have a few excellent questions that have come in from viewers. But before I go to those questions, I want to follow up on this conversation about social conditions so that we're not just talking about political conditions. And that is to say, let me preface this by saying one of the nice things about being an academic is that I get to say what I want. And one of my observations about the 2000s is that the Iraq War drove up the price of oil and was bad for Nigerian democracy. And so now that we're looking at the price of oil hitting $120 a barrel, and by next week it'll be well above that, how are the geopolitics of the Ukraine war going to impact perhaps some of those social conditions influencing electoral competition? How will the rising price of oil affect the scramble for clientelism and patronage and all the corruption that Nigerian Democrats are fighting against?
Should I come into this? I think the price of oil, yes, of course, we are already seeing it, $100, $130, and there are already estimations that it could actually get into $200 in the next few weeks if nothing actually changes. The biggest dilemma for Nigeria at the moment is that it may not actually be able to benefit, unlike what happened in the past, it may not benefit significantly from this for two reasons. One is that it is not able to meet its quota, OPEC production quota, because one is facing a loss of divestment from this, particularly with big oil companies, and therefore the investment level is low, and therefore it is not meeting its quota. So, all true, if there is any significant change from what we are seeing at the moment in country, Nigeria may not, even if the current quota increases, Nigeria may not be able to benefit from that. Number two is the fact that even if the sales increase and it makes significant resources from it, it may not actually be able to get much from it because, again, the corruption in the system and secondly, the level of subsidy as they claim in the system mops up everything because Nigeria only export crude and import refined products. And therefore, it has to buy the refined one at the global market rate and sell in Nigeria at a discounted rate. And because the government current crisis of legitimacy, it is not able to increase the price of refined petroleum product. PMS, the price cannot increase. Yes, diesel is already sold at the normal global rate, but Nigeria cannot do it. They had wanted to do it earlier this year, but it was clear that it's an election year, and therefore they withdrew. And so no matter how much the petroleum products are sold in the global market, Nigeria cannot sell at that rate, and that will reduce whatever we come in. We reduce whatever we come into the government. And so I am not seeing that huge gain in this context. But again, what you know is that the more Nigerian government get access to more resources, the more the corruption you experience.
Yeah, that's precisely my concern. I mean, one of the first things we saw after 2015 was the precipitous decline of foreign reserves. And those reserves are going to go up with the price of oil, perhaps. So we do have a lot of questions coming in, and we only have 20 minutes left. I want to start with one question that came in from online, which asks, how do we resolve the issues around the selection process of candidates? This might be a good question for Uge or for Cynthia. And I think the person is asking that it's been one of the limiting factors for diversity in choosing who to vote for in an election. The straightforward answer from my field, from political science, is that the two main parties are a function of the electoral system. But this person is asking a popular question, I think, in Nigeria, which is, how do you get a viable candidate outside the usual ones offered by the two main parties? Or what are the chances that this will happen?
Well, sadly, when it comes to elections in Nigeria, only political parties can field candidates. With the current electoral act, the new electoral act, parties now have the options of even adopting a consensus candidate, although it provides certain benchmarks for that. But I think the opportunities here would also include looking beyond the two main or the two dominant parties, that's the APC and the PDP. Because at the end of it all, the party primaries determines who emerges at the end of it, at the end of the primary elections. So the options now would be identifying what are the other offices where they would be contesting for elections, and ensuring that we're not just focusing on the office of the presidency, because it's going to be it's easier for the parties with national prominence to contest and compete for the office of the president because of the national spread that they require to win an elections. However, for the newer parties that provide better options for diversity and for women, for young people, they have stronger opportunities to win elections for legislative offices. So for me, it's also, when it comes to the elections and candidate selection process, we would need to diversify our strategy. So while we're engaging to identify who the major contenders would be for the office of the president, is also about identifying who the other contenders are and the better options in the newer parties for the legislative offices. And I think the other parties are engaging the primary process. A lot of times we leave party primaries active issues to the parties themselves. And I believe for these next elections, beyond just civil society organization, a lot of citizens, we need to begin to engage the primary process, demanding for even issues around candidates debates. We don't always have that as common as we ought to. And I believe it's also important to actually start mandating parties to commit to hold candidates debate, just so that we understand and we engage the parties early enough to the next general elections. With the new law, the opportunities include a longer time for party primaries. This time around, party primaries will be conducted earlier. It begins in April. So what this means is we have a couple of weeks to identify who the major aspirants are and start making demands to parties. So things like our charter, citizens charter, our citizens agenda for parties can even influence the party primaries options. But while that is ongoing, I am not as optimistic with the kinds of options the two parties, PDP and APC, would produce. I'm not as optimistic, but I have better hope for the options for the other offices, because there the newer parties have better chances to produce candidates that can actually win the elections. And I think for me, those are opportunities to start to explore, because if we get quality leaders into the legislative houses, it is also easier to begin to manage the excesses of the executive in the long run.
Okay, lots of questions coming up from online and in the room. I want to make sure that Uge gets a question, and then we'll go to the room. Uge or Aisha, I want to ask a question about the role of the international community, especially given the focus of this conference on U.S. policy. And the question that came in from online was asking about why international observers aren't tougher on bad elections. And I want to ask this question as someone who has participated in multiple international observer missions. And in 2019, for the first time, I actually observed with my own eyes bribery multiple times in the 2019 presidential election. And what was shocking to me was not that it was happening. What was shocking to me is that they didn't even try to hide it. from the international observers, the OIBO at the polling unit. So what needs to happen here for the international community to play a really tough role in advancing and defending electoral integrity?
Should I go?
I would say,
okay, go on, Ugo.
yes, I would say the first is to continue to build public confidence. There are a lot of alternatives out there. Going back to the previous conversation, diversity is very important, and we have seen that diversity in the different political parties, both the ruling party, the opposition party. There are different candidates that Nigerians can actually vote for. But the issue is that people don't believe in the process. So it is an issue of confidence. So what do? We continue to build public confidence. And that is what YIGA and other organizations do by observing the elections. And so international community need to continue to partner with civil society organizations to ensure that the public confidence is built through observing the process and helping young people to engage, helping young people to ensure that they don't end in advocacy on social media, but move that social media advocacy to real life advocacy and ensure that an election that they come out to vote. And so the first is continuity in working with civil society organizations to ensure that public confidence is built over time ahead of 2023. And then the second is also sanctions. I met the conversation around sanctions in the previous session, and I think that is very important. Sanctions like travel ban for corrupt politicians, for politicians who incite violence. If there are sanctions with regards to politicians who incite violence and commit electoral fraud, and because they like traveling to the US and to the West, that will also deter electoral fraud. And so I think two key things: we must continue to build public confidence, and on the other hand, partner with civil society to engage the process, and then also introduce sanctions.
We have a couple questions in the room. Aisha, did you have anything quick to follow up on with regard to that?
Yeah, just very quickly to say, it reminded me that I wrote a paper in HKS almost a decade ago saying that, we should stop international observers because they were not very useful. But that said, in 2000, I think it's a bit unfair, that statement. Sometimes international observers do say very clearly that elections haven't been regular, as they did in 2007 in Nigeria, and that resulted in the U.S reform panel. I think the problem is obviously, like the UN, sometimes the international observers have all sorts of other interests which they're trying to protect. They're trying to balance geopolitical interests, they're trying to balance trade. Some of them are even trying to balance friendships, because many times these international observer missions are headed by former presidents who are currently friends with past presidents, current presidents. So I think all those interests come into it. I think for me, honestly, if the international observers are not going to be more firm about what they see, more clear about what they see, or at least even admit that they don't know enough to say, then, really it's up to us. I think the way the world is going right now in terms of democracy, it seems like everybody's going to have to shore up their own democracy for themselves. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the room now, and I want to preface my comments by saying the best way to ensure diversity and democracy here in this room is to keep your comments brief, so we can hear from multiple people and so that we can hear thorough answers. We have about 14 minutes left, and that's 14 minutes before the stomach infrastructure kicks in. So
I have the microphone here.
I'm going to start with this gentleman in the red hat at the back of the room, and then we'll go to this gentleman over here. So please go ahead first.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting conversation going on. My name is Osita Chidoka. I was former Minister of Aviation in Nigeria. And So today I want to just make a brief comment about the electoral process. I will take it from 3 points, the technical issue. So everybody talks about 84 million registered voters in Nigeria. That is to say, the 69 million that were registered in 2015 plus 14 million in 2019 made up our 84 million registered voters. And now it's going to go up to about 90-something million voters if we go by the current voter registration. But that removes one factor. Since 2011, at the rate of which people die in Nigeria, nobody has been removed from the voter register roll. So we don't have 84 million people registered in Nigeria. We need to remove the dead from our voting roll to come to a more realistic number. Second one was that INEC's infrastructure in 2011 was biometric based, but that biometric registration allowed for multiple registration, which would then be reviewed at the back end. So INEC need to deduplicate their registration machine, which they haven't done, because it will take 1 to 10 fingerprint match times the number of voters registered to be able to deduplicate the voter register. So INEC has not done that. So the voter register has multiple registration, dead people in the polling units. Like in my polling unit, 3 of my uncles are late, but their names come up at every election as registered voters. So these are going to be removed. So if you remove that, then we will begin to know what percentage of Nigerians actually vote. Now, the second one is the crisis of legitimacy that people allude to, the fact that Nigerians don't trust the government. I will take it in 2 levels. There is a major breakdown of governance at the local levels. So the average Nigerian at the local level does not see the value of government in terms of local government and state government. One of the interesting innovations of the 1999 Constitution was the State Independent Electoral Commissions was introduced. So the states supervise local government, that is county elections. Now, as of today, in all the 13 states governed by PDP and 292 local governments, only PDP candidates won the chairmanship election in all those local governments. In all the 455 managed by APC, only APC candidates won, except in Kaduna State, where the government had introduced electronic voting and had done an improvement on their registration.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yes, I will, but I'm just furthering the conversation. So if you look at that, you will see that at the local levels, there is no democracy going on. So the crisis of legitimacy is not a rejection of the national politics, but a feeling of people that democracy at its base levels are not working for the people. And finally, the political parties, their lack of mobilization of people, because the less people that come out for election, the easier to buy an election. So if you mobilize less people and sell the story that votes don't matter, so people don't come out, then you can pay 1,000 naira to buy the voters using the stomach infrastructure, as you said.
Thank you very much. And I think there's a couple of things to talk about there. I mean, one might be if continuous voter registration offers an improvement over those voter rolls that do need to be purged as people pass away and so forth. And also just the practical issue related to a question that came in from online, which is how do you update your voter registration rolls when you haven't run a census? And so we don't even know in these various areas you're describing what the actual population rate is. So I want to put those out there as part of the responses that we're anticipating. We'll go to this gentleman in the back here with the black hat. And then we'll go to the answers.
Okay.
The other black hat.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, let us be sincere to ourselves, because you know that the election is not working in Nigeria at all. Everybody know about it. You know, I know it's not working in Nigeria, because this is not the first time they are sending America there. They're sending every world right there to do the election, but it's not working. So what I suggest is that we need people like Nigeria to split into 3, like they have already done it. We need to, so because there's a lot of people in Nigeria right now, they are confused. So we have Arewa there, we have Ududuwa, we have Biafra there. So that is where you can do this thing, election get better. But to doing this election all together, it's not gonna work. It's never gonna work. Okay, look at Russia and Ukraine right now. They are fighting. You see how many people, how many countries are going there to secure them, to save them? But this thing has been happening in the Eastern. It says East Africa, Biafra land. Nobody has come in, no country know about this thing going on there. We are just keep quiet. Everyone keep quiet. Does not make no sense. So this thing we are doing here is secondary. It's secondary. We need to organize and make sure that freedom is very okay there than election. That's the only thing I can say here. Thank you.
So I'd like to hear briefly from the panel, and then we'll go back out to the audience. Who wants to take those questions?
Yeah, I think let me take the first shot. I think Chidoka's comment is quite much valid about the character of our elections and how electoral processes at the grassroots, like we call it in Nigeria, the local level, is not working because the local government system have been hijacked by state governments, and therefore any party in power in the state will ensure that the local governments are controlled by that party. And basically it has to do with the local government resources. What the parties or what the leadership of the states want to do, they want to control the resources of the local government. And so if you have opposition parties holding on local government authorities, they could insist on having their resources. They can go to court, they can do so many things that they may find distracting. So I think I agree with him to that extent. It's important we take local government elections very seriously. It's a major debate in the country between those who actually think that even local government elections should be handled by INEC, which contravenes even people's demand for deepening our federal system. So if we are demanding for strengthening the federal system in one breath, and in another breath we are saying, look, the state cannot conduct local government election, let the INEC conduct local government election, that will be a bit problematic. I think we need to pay attention to that. We need to see how we can deepen that. We need to see how we can hold local and state government and state electoral commissions to account. The kind of attention we are giving to INEC, I wish we can also give that to the state electoral commissions and see if we can improve it. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to add to the comments already, and I think the first point on the local governance, and I do agree with that conversation. There's an opportunity in the ongoing constitutional amendment process. Two of the bills that were passed at the national level were on local government autonomy, both administrative and financial. That has a potential to also promote the quality of democratic governance at the level. But it's beyond just the law; it's also about implementation. And if actually this amendment can succeed. The other part for me is connected to the conversation from one of the audience on elections and the several levels of polarization in the country. And I think it's important that we understand that when it comes to our elections or our situation in Nigeria, and there are three things connecting here. First, the value of democracy. The second part is the quality of participation. And the third is issue around governance. And I believe that the conversation within the country, and when you go around, when Anambra have gone to different parts of the country in the past year, and the basic agitation is just a people frustrated that the system is not working. And perhaps if the state wasn't failing in its responsibility, this agitation would not be in this measure that it currently occurs. What is that I'm highlighting? That the conversation around the agitations, the more you see this agitation, it's connected directly to the quality of governance and the level and the fact that the state is failing in its responsibility. What does that call for? And that while there's this agitation and frustration, people still want to engage and participate. So think about the Anambra election, where there is a high increase in the demand for the Biafra nation, but we still have voters who came out to vote. And it may have been 10.something%, but people still came out regardless of the violence. And while I went around LGAs in Anambra we had citizens who were not necessarily thinking Biafra, they just wanted a government. So what is that telling us? If it begins to work, then they can connect their quality of life to the value of participating in the electoral process. And I think that for me should be the level of conversation at this point. How do we get citizens to understand the value and of value of democracy and the importance of participation in the system?
Thank you, Cynthia. We'll go to one last question from somebody who has not had a chance to speak. I'm going to ask for assistants who had their hand up. Who's in the queue? Okay. I'll call on Nicole Grossman from this side of the room, and then I'll go to the panel to wrap up very quickly. And I will point out to those of you who still have your hands up, this is the beginning of a year-long dialogue about Nigeria's elections. And there's still another panel today, and we look forward to getting to know you and inviting you back to additional events in Nigeria in the future. Yes, your question, please.
So first of all, this has been fascinating, and the diversity of perspectives has been wonderful. We talked a lot about the challenges moving forward. You've mentioned some progress that's already happened. Realistically speaking, what does success look like in this election?
That's a great question. And we might put that in the context of the questions that were asked about the international observers and others. Who would like to take that one and then wrap that into your final comments?
Well, I can take that and wrap it into my final comments. Thanks for that question. I think for me, and it probably will be different for everybody if we had the chance to go around, it'd be interesting to hear what people think about what success is. But for me, it would be one, the implementation of at least some of the new provisions that we have in the Electoral Act now, particularly around transmission of results. We now have electronic transmission of results. Unfortunately, it's left at the discretion of INEC. I think that's practical, but it means that we might get it in some places, we might in others. But I think collation of results has always been a black hole in Nigeria. So if we can get transmission done in a way that can give us more confidence about the results that are being collated, if we can get INEC to be a bit more transparent about the results after the elections have held. For example, the 2019 presidential results have still not been published in terms of a breakdown. So for me, more transparency around the process probably won't get the huge change in terms of the quality of the candidate or the nature of the candidate, but that would be something interesting for us to see. And in terms of wrapping up, I would say, again, I think the most important thing going forward for Nigeria, in addition, obviously, to mobilizing more people to go out and vote, is back to the elite consensus. In terms of whether it's the local government, the way local governments are managed, it still comes that we're now seeing more people who are educated, qualified, who are leading states. But what we're seeing is we're not seeing a change in terms of how they govern those states. So you still have the same governors, some of them who even come from civil society, treating local governments the same way that they've always been treated, as vassals, not independent. You know, when they come into office and they see that the local government already elected, they shut it down, they disband it and put people in appointments. So you have states that have not had local government elections for a very long time, even though, yes, when they do, usually the party of the governor wins all that. But it still comes down to many of us, civil society elite, sitting down and saying, what does governance have to mean going forward? What are the small ways we can practicalize that? And just make those reforms incrementally. I think there'll be no big bang. It's just going to be steady, painful process. Thank you.
Thank you. Uge, do you have any closing thoughts for us from the National Democratic Institute?
Yes, so I think a lot of gains has been made ahead of 2023 elections. What is important is to look at those gains and also identify areas we can improve upon. For example, the reappointment of the INEC chairman in 2020 to ensure that there is stability and the innovations being done in the institution are being carried along. For the first time, INEC is expanding the continuous voters registration for a reasonable period of time. And also, this is the first time INEC is introducing online registration of voters, and that has made a lot of young people to register online. Based on the statistics INEC is sharing, over 50% of people who have registered online are young people. So these are gains. And of course, the technologies INEC have introduced, there are a lot of issues, but it is an improvement on what used to be in the past. And finally, the Electoral Act. There are a lot of gains we have in the Electoral Act, and that is something sharing. However, there are a few things we need to remind INEC to also put in place. For example, the Electoral Act now says INEC will decide the mode of transmission of results. And what that means is that INEC need to clearly explain if it will depend its decisions on electronic transmission or manual transmission. We need to have that clarity from INEC. And then there is also need for INEC to improve on logistics. Almost all the elections, including the FCT elections, which was a very small election, I would thought INEC will not have logistic issues. An election that was conducted within the headquarters of INEC, yet we have a lot of logistic challenges, and so that's an area INEC needs to improve upon. And then finally, while technology is again, we need to also review the issues we are having with VBAs and other technologies. And so these are some things we need to also consider.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. And let's hear from Dr. Hussaini Abdu. Closing thoughts briefly.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I think one major thing is around the voters register. What we are also hearing is that a significant number of the people who registered online have actually been registered before. So there's a challenge of duplication. And like what Chidoka said earlier, INEC has been practically unable to clean up its voter register. And that's a significant issue. That's a challenge that we go into every elections and we are not too sure of the voters' role and how many voters do we have in the country. And I don't know, I don't see INEC being able to do that before the next general elections. Secondly, I think the process, as much as we expect improvement in terms of INEC conduct of the elections, I don't foresee a possibility of having new actors, particularly in some of the strategic positions in the country. The system has made it so impossible, particularly within the larger or the bigger party, those that can seem to be contending within at the national level. So that for me is a challenge. The cost of election is huge. Even the new Electoral Act did not even help matters. It extended the amount of resources politicians can actually invest in elections. And that completely put off younger people or people with less access to state resources for elections. So at the end of the day, it is only people who have access to the state, who have been able to steal enough from the government that will keep recycling. So that is the cycle that we need to break. But this act did not help that matters in any way. Citizens need to wake up to that, to recognize it. Whether this can be done before in the next elections, for me, is going to be the biggest question. But I just see crisis of recycling same people. Sorry.
It's a great point. Thank you. And last, let's hear from Cynthia. Tell us what we're fighting for and give us a little hope.
Yeah, and maybe I'll start with first, it's for INEC to improve on these processes, because we have the law now, but it's now all focus to be on INEC. And for processes, simple. It's better logistics management for the elections, the polling units. INEC already created polling units, but we have a major challenge with allocation of voters. So there's a lot of imbalance with that, and that has caused major challenges to the process. So INEC being able to address issues around polling units between now and the next elections will be very critical, and then INEC perfecting its deployment of technology for voter accreditation. If the BVAS functions the way it did in the previous election, in the next general elections, that would be a major catastrophe. So INEC has a responsibility to ensure proper system audits to these technologies that will be deployed, just so that it boosts confidence in the process. So that is on INEC, and that is within INEC's capacity. The other part is around electoral accountability, which I think is critical. I think Aisha mentioned something earlier, that people are not held accountable for the wrongs they've committed in the process in previous elections. For the next elections, we're looking at 3 levels of accountability, one on INEC, that when systems fail on the part of INEC, that INEC is highlighting or providing reports on who these individuals who defaulted are and what the sanctions are for them. The other is on security, that when security agencies interfere with the process, we want to see that people are held accountable for such levels of interference in the process. And the third is the political parties, that when parties fail to act by the rules, that they are held accountable. And the last part for me is citizens' participation. What would be a win for me in the next elections is if we increase turnout. And I'm hoping that a lot of voters will use this opportunity to engage the process. If we can achieve 50% turnout of voters, I think that would be a major progress for our electoral process in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. This has been an excellent discussion. We have about 22 minutes for lunch and for obeying the stomach infrastructure. We'll resume here 12:45 Eastern Time, at 6:45 West Africa time for a panel chaired by Darren Q from the University of Massachusetts, Boston, about civil society, public mobilization, and the 2023 transition. Thanks for joining me. I'm Carl Levan from American University.
Okay, good. Okay, well, good afternoon, folks in Washington and in Nigeria. My name's Darren Q, and I'm a professor of conflict resolution at the University of Massachusetts in Boston. And first of all, my apologies to folks in Washington that I couldn't attend in person, but thank you for letting me moderate this panel from here in Boston. We are truly multinational in this event today. And I also want to extend apologies that 2 of our speakers have not been able to join us at this moment. We're working on seeing whether they will be able to join a little bit later in this panel. But I think, we still have some wonderful speakers that I look forward to introducing in a moment, who I think can carry us through very, very well. So our panel today is looking at civil society and looking at the recent mobilization efforts with an eye towards the 2023 elections and the events surrounding those. I think civil society has already come up in the previous 2 panels in some very important and interesting ways. And I think one way that has been mentioned a couple times already, I think is a good place for us to start, which is the perpetual problem. General Bala talked about this, and others referred to it as the elite dynamic in Nigerian politics. I think many of us who have been watching Nigeria from afar, and many of us who of course live there, have seen this ongoing problem of the distance between sort of the elite dynamic in Nigerian politics and the vast majority of the Nigerian population. And there's been much discussion about what can be done to try to reconnect the Nigerian state to the Nigerian people. And again, one of the key actors that comes up as the vehicle for that is civil society. And so civil society remains an important actor in trying to enliven and to reconnect the Nigerian state to the people, and to try to improve governance across a variety of dynamics. And in particular, I think in recent years, more and more interest has been focused on civil society as a vehicle for connecting youth and women in particular back into society, back into political society, and to bringing the state into a more equitable fashion. But civil society is itself divided too. It is not a unitary actor. It is many, many different actors, and it suffers, or it at least reflects many of the many divisions in Nigerian society: religious, ethnic, age-based, gender-based. All of these divisions play out in civil society as well, and it's something we need to think about as we think about the role that it can play. I would also like to mention too that civil society is much bigger than just the NGO sector. Civil society involves a lot of different organizations. Of course, trade unions have always been sort of the war horses of civil society and central actors in Nigerian democratic struggles over the years. Religious institutions are perhaps the biggest civil society groups in Nigeria, and have very large political muscles in some ways, and important actors to think about. Actors in civil society we don't talk as much about, but I think are essential to this conversation, are community-based groups, neighborhood associations. In many ways, the neighborhood association is perhaps the most fundamental and building block of democracy in Nigeria, and it is the most democratic institution that most Nigerians directly interact with in many ways. And of course, that varies depending on what neighborhood or community you live in. But writ large, this is a very important sector that is underutilized and underconnected in a lot of the political discussions we think about. And then lastly, of course, the media is another piece of civil society, although I think in our conversation, we'll be speaking a lot more about organizations in civil society, but the media is certainly an important piece of this, and social media, an increasingly central part to civil society organization. Accountability remains also an issue for civil society groups. That is something we need to think about. They have their own internal issues of transparency, accountability, and patriarchy that needs to be addressed as we think about the role that these groups can play. And then lastly, civil society has always included, and a part of civil society we don't think as much about, are spontaneous public movements. Spontaneous is not necessarily the right word, but these are the times when you see thousands of Nigerians fill the streets, pushing for particular public ends. That is civil society as well. And with the NSARS movement and other movements we've seen in recent years, that dimension of civil society has definitely increased in importance, and social media and other technological solutions have opened all sorts of new doors for that kind of organization. So I hope we'll get to talk about that dimension as well. And certainly on that last point, I am very pleased to introduce and welcome DJ Switch as our first speaker today on today's panel. DJ Switch is an entertainer who has in recent years also become an activist in Nigeria, and played a very important role in the NSARS movement, and has suffered a backlash because of that. And I think she's got a lot to tell in terms of her own personal story, but also the strength and development of these movements. So DJ Switch, welcome. Please, we look forward to your comments. I'm going to ask the panelists, if we can keep our introductory comments to roughly sort of 12 minutes, and then I'll probably ask a quick follow-up question, and then we'll move on to the next panelist, and then we can turn to questions from folks in the room and online. So DJ, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It's actually an honor to be amongst you all, and I really wish I could have been there in DC. So just like you, Darren, I will be joining remotely. Yes, you actually touched on a lot of important points. You are absolutely correct that civil society is that integral part, or link rather, between the elite and the masses, right? And you also talked about other groups that are a part of civil society as well. And so I most likely would be repeating some of the things you said. But first of all, let us understand that Nigerian civil society landscape, which is one of the most expansive in the world, right? And like you said, from student groups, occupation-based groups, religious groups, ethnic associations, advocacy NGOs, development NGOs, you name it, right? Now, we know that there was a time where civil society in Nigeria was independent of government control and was very instrumental in the democratic direction the country took after military rule. Unfortunately, in the past few years, we've seen how that space has shrunken, right? Owing to the government's heavy-handedness and corruption and self-serving and all that. And just basic lack of tolerance when it comes to
organizations or civil society in general that advocates for good governance, human rights. You know, in the case of NSAS, for instance, you know, we were advocating for human rights, you know, an end to police brutality, accountability, and reform of the police as well. Well, not only has this current administration been clamping down on civil society organizations, the one I really want, I think maybe we missed out in the conversation or in the ones that you mentioned, is a rise in pro-government organizations, pro-government NGOs. And from my own personal research, about 360 recorded pro-government NGOs, and 90% of those NGOs came into the limelight under this particular regime led by President Muhammadu Buhari. And it's telling, it should be treated as the danger that it is. You know, another issue is talking about legitimate NGOs that have been either seduced, blackmailed, or threatened into working for a repressive regime like this. So before we even talk about the disconnect and the lack of unity among civil society, right, there are other factors that are a huge threat to the same civil society. And so when we talk about like the impact this civil society has had, for example, if I were to use the NSAS movement, we saw that not only was it a powerful movement, right, that was against police brutality, but it morphed into something bigger, right? It to some degree became a global issue. And so I just want to say that I think moving forward, you know, we should start talking about ways to solve the problems within civil society, how to actually work together, from the religious groups to the student groups, you know, to the ethnic groups. We need to find a way to work together and actually create reasonable, or let me say practical solutions to mitigating a lot of the issues that we see coming out from other places like the pro NGOs and all that. I think I'll stop here for now and let someone else jump in. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for those comments. DJ Switch, would you like to just follow up with one more quick minute, if you would, just a bit about the potentials for some sort of NSARS-like movement from your perspective next year? Do you see possibilities for the public, for that kind of public organization pushing for election improvements in some way, or perhaps in terms of improving governance, you know, depending on how things play out next year?
Oh, absolutely. The possibility is there, right? And you know, earlier I referred to a heavy-handedness that we saw during the NSARS movement, the crackdown on peaceful protesters and all of that, right? Now, if we talk about that type of mobilization, we'll need to turn to social media again, right? Which I'm hoping we will talk about as in the course of this event. It is possible. The issue that I see right now is, again, that same clampdown. That's the issue that I see. Voter apathy is another thing I see, right? Unity with regards to who we're actually standing behind. When I join a colleague of mine in a Twitter space that she hosts every weekend called Reno Spaces, you know, I get the sense from young people that they want to come together, but they're afraid that when they come outside, the minute the Nigerian government or authorities see that young people want to mobilize, either for change or either to sensitize, instantly you see a heavy police presence in wherever they plan to go to. So there is already this fear that if we come out in mass, what is our fate going to be? Are we going to be arrested for even being out? Are we going to be killed like we were killed on the 20th of October, 2020? There's so many fears that we have with regards to next year's 2023 election, again, which I believe we'll talk about in the course of this event. But the intention, or rather the hope of mobilizing is there. The actuality of that happening, to be honest, I can't say with confidence that it may happen just the way NSARS did.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I would like to turn to our next speaker, Oge Onubogu, who is Director of West Africa Programs at the United States Institute of Peace. Oge, thank you so much for joining us. We're very fortunate to have you. Welcome, and please, we look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darren. Can everyone hear me? Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And just like Darren and DJ Switch, my apologies, I couldn't be there with you all in person today. I'm in the DC area, but I have to catch a flight right after this. So I'm actually trying to stay close to the airport for this, but it's a pleasure to be here with you all today. And thank you, SAIS, AU, UMass, and all the organizers of this event. Being able to pull this together hybrid isn't easy. So Darren, to your question, I will not take all of 12 minutes. I will try to keep my remarks very short, just to keep it open for conversation. And on the question of civil society, I think as a starting point for all of us, both those in the international community and in Nigeria as well, is to approach this subject from a place of humility. As I listened to the conversations from this morning and even the panel before, I think there's a huge acknowledgement that a lot has changed in Nigeria over the last 8 years. And I think we can even go back past to 1999 since the transition. So much has changed, and not only in the space of government, but also within civil society as well. And it's important for us to acknowledge that fact and use that as a starting point when we think about how civil society organizations organize. As civil society has changed over the last 8 years, we've also seen, as you mentioned, citizen movements that have also emerged stronger than they were before. So I think really trying to think about coordination and collaboration between your traditional civil society organizations and your citizen movements and your groups like the labor unions and the Nigerian Bar Association and several other organizations, being able to approach it from that point to realize that a lot has changed. It's important to review the processes for mobilization, and that can help set the path forward. A second point too as well, and I think I really love the theme of this session, because it's not only looking at the elections itself, but looking at the transition. Nigeria is a very different place from what it was in 2015. And as we go into the elections in 2023, the incumbent president is not going to be running for office. Apart from not having the incumbent president running for office, you're also going to have a lot of state governors as well, whose tenures will be ending in office. So here you have an environment that gives the opportunity for mobilization, that gives the opportunity for citizens, civil society groups, citizen movements, and other organizations to mobilize around what leadership should look like. What do Nigerians look for in a leader? What are the qualities of a leader? I think this is an opportunity and a point that citizens can begin to rally around. I think in the previous session, someone had mentioned elite consensus. And I think even going beyond forming elite consensus, thinking about citizen consensus around what leadership should look like. And I think even moving beyond that, not just only outlining the qualities of leadership, we have also seen examples in Nigeria, as we've seen elsewhere in other countries, where several individuals who have been from civil society have gone into government and still nothing has changed. So apart from outlining what qualities of leadership should look like, civil society organizations should also begin to gain a deeper understanding of the institutions of government. What are the institutions that exist within the presidency, within the National Assembly, at the state level, that make it difficult for civil society actors who, once they get into government, once they get into office, are unable to engage or create the change that they advocate for when they're outside of government? So there's a lot of work that goes into this. And, it's a slow process, a painful process. I don't think we will be expecting any big, dramatic change. And I think that's where I say we have to approach it from that point of humility and understand that this has to be an ongoing process. I think a third point, and I'll stop there, is also bringing that civil society advocacy down from the national level to the state and the local government level. In the previous two sessions, you know, I think everyone highlighted the importance of the electoral systems at the state level, at the local government level, and governance at that level. At that level too as well, the importance of civil society should be highlighted. And I really, you know, applaud civil society actors for the role that they played in pushing forward the Electoral Act. I think it was wonderful to see civil society actors come together, but there's still an additional level as these discussions will continue at the state level. And so civil society actors will have to be able to mobilize at that level too as well, to ensure that you can hold the state governors accountable and also hold those at the local government levels accountable as well. So I will stop there, but I think for us, overwhelmingly, we see a lot of opportunities for civil society engagement, and not only engagement leading up to the elections. I think the key work, a lot of the work is done between elections, and that's where civil society is really critical. So it's not just on the day of the elections, and in the case of Nigeria, the period after elections will be critical, because as has been mentioned on several occasions, the Nigeria of 2015 is so different from the Nigeria of today, and there's so many elements at play within the political environment, and this is what makes civil society really critical and really important at this time. So Darren, I'll pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Oge. Before I let you go, I want to, if I could ask just one quick follow-up question. Maybe if you would take a minute. I think your presentation very well sort of outlines a series of priorities that U.S. foreign assistance for civil society in Nigeria should be thinking about. I just was wondering if you might want to talk directly about U.S. government assistance, either the broader U.S. government or USIP specifically for civil society. Are there other sort of additional things or priorities that those actors should keep in mind in terms of trying to encourage civil society's robust role along the lines you've indicated?
Thank you, Darren. Well, I cannot speak on the priorities of the US government because I do not represent the US government. I can speak from the perspective of where we work as USIP in our engagement with citizens in Nigeria. I think in our work in Nigeria over time, we have seen that just in engagement with citizens, irrespective of whatever political party or views they hold, I think there is an increasing acknowledgement that Nigeria could be doing better. And I always like to tell people that when we see a lot of divisions in Nigeria, people are not actually protesting the unity of the country, because at the end of the day, people all want the same, a majority of people want the same thing. They want to see a Nigeria that functions well. People are, for the most part, protesting what they see as being broken in the country. And I think Nigeria, the resilience of Nigerian citizens in many ways is what continues to hold the country together. So as international actors engage in Nigeria leading up to the elections, and not only the elections, because again, an election doesn't make a democracy. As the international community engages in elections, putting the views of citizens first will be critical. Understanding how we engage with civil society actors, both traditional and non-traditional civil society actors, will be key. And I think some of this is already starting at the local level, at least on with USIP and so many other organizations that are working in Nigeria, really trying to take a step to understand what citizens view, understand how citizens view the upcoming elections, or understand how citizens view conflict or peace in their environment. And that's why I say, approaching this engagement from a place of humility, because areas where we folks in the international community may feel that this is where you need the most engagement may not necessarily be where Nigerians want that engagement to be. So first of all, taking that step to listen to Nigerians first, and then thinking about how we engage with the citizens groups or organizations, because the change that we seek, the change we would like to see in Nigeria cannot come from the outside. It has to come from Nigeria.
Okay, thank you so much. That was great, thank you. Okay, we have two additional panelists that are going to be joining us to speak on the topic there in Washington. I want to turn now to Dr. Chiedo Nwankwo, who is director of the SAIS Women's Lead Program and is a lecturer in the African Studies program there at Johns Hopkins SAIS. Chichi, welcome. Would you like to say a few comments?
Yeah, sure. So over the course of this conference, it's become really clear that the stakes couldn't be any higher for this election. In fact, for the democracy project in Nigeria. And I think part of why it's become, this has become this critical is because of the ongoing events in Africa, right? The tendency for democratic backsliding, right? The coups that are now coming up, and it's this Nigeria, and the issue of Nigeria remains, it's a palpable fear, right? That if we don't get this right, that nobody knows what's going to happen. And so it's, civil society is really key. I tend to disagree with this idea that elections don't matter in Nigeria. Over the course of this, we hear that, the president is already set, that people know who the president is, so that all this is just a smoke screen, elections don't matter. Civil society don't matter, but I think that is fundamentally a flawed argument. Civil society is key to, democratic consolidation in Nigeria. The multitude of actors that we have, the interest that we have, and how civil society is able to aggregate these interests and also provide a platform to some extent hold politicians and leaders accountable is key going forward. If we didn't have this, if civil society didn't provide these constraints on power in Nigeria, I would imagine that the Nigerian project would since have disintegrated. So I think this is one of the most, the previous two panels were really important and key, but I think civil society is really crucial for the role it plays, as we have heard Oge and DJ Switch say, in how they have shaped already the positive outcomes we have going forward into this election. I think I'll stop there for now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm curious as to whether, Doctor, whether you would follow up briefly with a comment about some of the concerns about particularly engaging more women in some of the movements and the leadership in civil society that we've been talking about. We've certainly seen, I think, an increase, at in legislative bodies and in the executive, the numbers are terribly low, but in civil society, it seems like at least the number of women leaders has improved in recent years. Although that's hard to gauge given that the fact that civil society itself has expanded dramatically as well. I'm just curious about your thoughts about the landscape in civil society at the moment, and are there particular sort of entry points that international actors, particularly in the United States and elsewhere, should be supporting?
Yeah, definitely. So women's engagement in politics in Nigeria continues to vex, right? It remains an issue that vexes many of us. But it's become very clear, particularly given the refusal of the House to vote the 5 items on the bill that were passed this last time. It's become very clear that the structure needs to change. You know, the way women engage politicians and the political space in Nigeria needs to change. So what I mean by that is that it would appear that over the years or over the decades, the tendency has been for you know, women to ask, you know, to keep asking. It would seem as though women are at the mercy of elites, and we know that captors rarely willingly set free their captors if they're captives, if we're looking at it like that. So I think except women starts to form a broad-based cross-mobilization across civil society organizations and spaces, right? Except women step out of this isolationism, right? This creating little silos of civil society organizations, you know, and pursuing interests that for some, to a large extent, fulfills the mandate of the funders, except there is an aggregation of interest, like what happened in South Africa with the Women National Coalition, right, where you had this cross-based mobilization that actually provided a credible threat to politicians, you know, to the parties, to say, these are the things we're looking for, and except you engage us with these things, we will be making our voices known. So that is what is missing in Nigeria. Is this perpetual, you know, women are mobilizing, you know, the mobilization at the Eagle Square, you know, and all of that just across the history of Nigeria, but it does not produce results, does not produce the desired outcomes, because the politicians, there are no consequences, right, to ignoring women. There are no consequences to the continued marginalization of women. And we know that democracy is primarily a game of votes, is a project of votes, right, numbers. And women do have the numbers in Nigeria. So why are they not making any gains in terms of power in Nigeria? So I don't think at this point that I am so much focused on civil society and women's role in civil society, because I think across the history of, you know, the national project in Nigeria, women, for the most part, are the face of civil society. I mean, we can look across and see what's happening. But where women are continually marginalized is in formal political bodies, right? Where power actually matters, the site of production of power. And women can gain access to those places, but they have to be strategic in how they demand those access. And I mean demand the access. For example, what just happened 2 weeks ago will continue to happen, but then we can put a stop to it. And the only way to put a stop to it is by providing threats, electoral threats, either threat of consequences or threat of reward, right, for things that actually substantively and positively engage the women constituency across Nigeria. Thank you
very much. Now let's turn to, we're fortunate that we're going to hear from him a little bit early, Patrick Okigbo, who is founding partner of Next Tier and is also a senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School. Patrick, thank you so much for stepping in, and we look forward to your comments. Welcome.
Thank you, Darren. Just some quick comments. I find that maybe what has happened in Nigeria and maybe even around the world is that the people leave the heavy lifting of building that society they want to live in to different segments of people. So it's either we leave it to the government to do, and we see the government as a group distinct from the people, and the government is supposed to do something, or we leave it to the private sector, where the markets are supposed to do something. And the people relax or wait for these actions to yield the type of life or society they want to live in. And that begs a question that maybe there is need to define what civil society means. And the way I kind of think of civil society is not the different groups with all kinds of names that are supposed to lead protests or etc. It is every other person who is not government as we currently define it, or who is not private sector, which means civil society is all of us. And when we define civil society as all of us, then we see ourselves as part of this third sector. But then we are challenged, especially in Nigeria, that's the poverty capital of the world, that even when the people realize that they have some powers, they feel limited in the way they can engage as part of this larger definition of civil society. The average person in Nigeria, has to focus on making their daily bread, and that doesn't leave a lot of room for even thinking about what the solutions could be. Not to talk of going out there to engage actively in trying to solve that problem. The average person in Nigeria could probably protest for an afternoon, but definitely cannot do it for 2 weeks. A good percentage of Nigerians cannot protest for a week, or else they die. So that means that really, even after defining the civil society space, it comes back to some of us, who can engage. And that engagement means that you look within the resources you have to see how you use it to build that society you want to live in, to engage actively with government, to engage actively to push the kind of worldview that you believe in. Nobody will fight for us. This fight is not one of those that will go away by prayer or fasting. We must decide what we want, and we must go out there to demand it, because we are all part of this civil society that we're here talking about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. If I could, before you put the microphone down, if I could ask you with one quick follow-up question. One of the issues we talk a lot about with civil society's role is sort of nitty-gritty economic issues. And so often civil society groups are sort of caught between the small amounts of international funding that's available and is highly competitive, or turning to government for funding for their activities. And of course, everyone likes to talk about that he or she who pays the piper calls the tune there. In between sort of the government and foreign foundation, has the landscape changed at all for the economics of civil society, very broadly defined, either NGOs or community-based associations or think tanks, everyone trying to sort of do their work? As we're looking over the next year or two, are there creative sort of funding opportunities or ways that Nigerian civil society can be thinking about sort of being able to just fund the important work that it's going to be doing, given how essential its role is going to be? Or is that sort of sandwiched between the government and foreign funders still sort of the main lay of the land?
So I think there's a bit of funding or resources available in Nigeria to support action that could lead to results. So Nigerians understand or focus a lot on results, and when they see that there is some bit of action that could move the dial, they're willing to put monies to it. The challenge is, are these organized civil society attuned to it? And are they willing to do the type of work that demonstrates that, that they're focused on realizing the real results, and not, writing papers or writing some reports that justifies monies that have been received, etc. So if you're willing to show that you're focused on, driving results, I think that there are resources available. We're beginning to see a lot of the maybe not even the middle class, but the upper middle class, the very sliver of the upper middle class, forming foundations, funding all kinds of things, past retired bank CEOs have their foundations, captains of industries have their foundations. But when they look around and see the civil, and this is not a, I'm not dinging the civil society organizations, but when they look around and they don't feel that if they put their monies in, they're going to get credible, validated or verified results, they'll probably move it to the things they believe will move the dial. So you see people funding stuff in healthcare, in education, etc., but not a lot in governance and democracy. So it is the challenge is for the civil society organizations to figure out how to show that they can, take that ₦1 and turn it into, some result that validates how much they've received. When we begin to do that, there will be more funding locally, to go into civil society organizations.
Thank you so much, Patrick. A really important point, and I think something civil society actors worldwide struggle with, and that really, I think, opens some creative doors. I think I'm going to make a few comments as well, and then we'll turn to questions in the room and online. So I believe, Chichi, I think you're going to be taking questions from folks in the room in a moment, and I want to encourage folks online watching to use the Q&A button at the bottom, and I will try to read out some of your questions. If you want to direct your question to a particular participant, please make sure to do so. If you want all of us to comment on it in some way, that's fine as well. Let me just say that I've done quite a bit of research over the years on civil society in Nigeria, and I'm a longtime fan of the work of Nigerian civil society writ large. I think there are 4 points I wanted to raise briefly for you all to think about in terms of as the 2023 elections come together. And first and foremost, I think, is thinking about sort of the religious institutions' role over the next year or two. As I mentioned in the outset, these are the largest, arguably the largest civil society groups in Nigeria. They, of course, are extremely diverse, and they do not speak with one voice. But they can play a tremendously important role in terms of bridging religious and ethnic lines over the next 2 years. And so religious leadership, I think, is going to play a really important role, and they're going to be a real sort of harbinger of what may come, depending upon the sort of statements that they put out there. Particularly, of course, the religious leaders at the top have much to say in this regard, and they can do much in terms of signaling what they expect religious constituents nationwide in terms of the behavior and the goals there. And there have been periods of time where the big religious institutions can, the Supreme Council, and others, the Catholic Bishops' Conference and other actors like that, that have made statements that have been very influential in the past at key times. Key individuals like the Sultan and others also have made comments at times that can be very important. I don't mean to sort of overplay how important they are, but certainly in a signaling sense and in terms of a creation of sort of the political space as things move, these actors can be very important. And I want to stress the importance of encouraging these actors to play bridging roles across religious and ethnic lines. Second are the trade unions. I think that these are actors that are very important. I mean, the trade unions have struggled over the years as civil society has, but I think they need to be part of this conversation at some point, and in particular, a deeper conversation about internal reforms in the trade unions, trying to make the unions' leadership more accountable to its own constituents, so that broader issues, bread and butter concerns about standards of living can translate into real pressure for better governance at the top. Third, I want to connect in about the community-based organization point that I mentioned at the outset. These neighborhood associations, CBOs, oftentimes in terms of international donors, say like USAID or other foundations, it's the health and education sectors that are often best at trying to engage neighborhood and community organizations, and often, of course, have larger budgets for engaging these groups for health and education goals. I think that USAID and other actors you know, in the United States and elsewhere that are thinking about trying to engage these groups, you can piggyback in governance and conflict resolution programming onto health and education programming. When you're bringing together people for health goals, when you bring people together in general, you have politics. And so bringing together community groups for this kind of health work, but helping them tool up their advocacy skills, helping them to tool up their own conflict resolution, bridging skills, even nonviolent movement skills are all, these are all opportunities here that we need to be thinking about. And then lastly, just thinking about NSARS and some of the recent sort of public mobilization that's happened out there. I think there's real potential and possibility for nonviolent movement organization and building in Nigeria like there hasn't been in the past, even though things in Nigeria, I think, are just as divided or more divided in many ways than I've seen them in 30 years. And the intense sort of ethnic and religious polarization is ever present. At the same time, technology and particularly, I think, youth mobilization is far more, has opened at least more possibilities for multicultural, multi-religious, ethnically blind organization across Nigeria that needs to be considered more deeply and supported in ways. And I look forward to hearing my colleagues speak a bit more about that. Okay, thanks everyone. So we've still got, we've got about, 35 minutes left in this session for questions and comments. Chichi, may I turn to you to take any sort of comments or questions in the room? Maybe we can take 2 or 3, and I'm going to ask my fellow panelists to sort of take notes, and I'll turn to each of you to sort of respond to points that you would like to comment on.
Sure, Darren.
Thank you so much. This has been really interesting so far. I'm curious if you could talk, and I'm not really sure who would be best for this, but talk about the difference between advocacy at the local level versus the federal level and success rates along those lines versus I feel like a lot of what we hear about is national level movements and national level reform that they're searching for. But are more localized movements and within localized areas more successful or less successful in mobilizing, particularly some of the groups that are harder to mobilize?
Thank you. Is there another question there in the room or comment?
For now, none.
Okay, great. We've got two questions in the chat box, and I'll read those out here. First question from Madu Ejike: how can civil society in Nigeria eschew ethnic and religious divisions that affect their common objective of making Nigeria a better politically managed country? So a question on civil society's role in bridging ethnic and religious divisions. And then a question from Emeka Obi, saying with the rise of hundreds of pro-government civil society organizations in Nigeria, according to DJ Switch, how can the civic space in Nigeria be sanitized to ensure effective coordination and direction? Okay, Emeka directed that toward to DJ Switch and to Patrick. And then let me just put one more question out there, which I think dovetails. It just came in from Aisha. To DJ Switch, there is a sense that many active around the NSARS have retreated, which is exactly what those in government want. What things or events might give young people a stronger sense of safety in terms of carrying on with the agenda of reforms? Okay, thank you for those questions. Shall I turn to, in the same order, I'll turn to DJ Switch first. DJ Switch, you have a direct question there at the end from Aisha, but there's a couple of other bits that I think also come across stuff you said. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Yeah, so I'd first like to highlight that, it's really important that we take take the issue of pro-government NGOs seriously and just fake NGOs all around the place because of how it potentially skews, the public narrative about civil society, talking about this unity and bridging different groups together, which again, I still hope that we'll come back to. But to answer your question, I think one of the suggestions I could make is, for example, we need to find a way to differentiate between the real, and when I say real, I mean legitimate, like NGOs and pro-government NGOs, right? We need to talk about getting into law, existing corporate laws that has already been there, instead of our government trying to look for new laws that will only stifle the good work that legitimate NGOs are involved in, right? And it's something we need to heavily advocate for. Make sure that NGOs are registered with CAC, and CAC is our Corporate Affairs Commission. And make sure, like Patrick was saying, with regards to people who receive donations and stuff, make sure that donation reports are filed, identify, and if necessary, vet board members. I was thinking, if the possibility of having say a database where legitimate NGOs can sort of upload their works, upload what they've used funds for, and their registration details and all of that stuff, which a lot of pro-government NGOs don't have or won't even do. You understand? Because of where they're getting their money from, where they're getting their backing from. They may most likely not want to outline where they get all of that money from. Again, I think with regards to international voices coming into play here with regards to pro-government organizations. I'm so sorry. 1 second, please. So sorry about that. Yeah, so I lost my train of thought. I apologize. Yeah, so talking about international voices, I remember now. It's also important that the international organizations or alliances that we have with other organizations outside the country, right? I'm so sorry, guys.
Okay, no worries. Thank you, DJ, for those comments. Let me turn now to.
Sorry, I apologize for that. Some people were coming in and they're doing some work here, so I didn't want them to disturb. Yeah, and yes, I know, right? And to Aisha, thank you for your question as well. You said that there's a sense that many active around NSAS have retreated. It may seem that way. And that's because of the clampdown. That's because of the response we got from the government, even the police, even though we were on the side of the police, and we're still on the side of, with regards to reforming the police, right? But we haven't retreated. We've more like moved all of that energy online for now, okay? And really, it's like the safest thing to do. And what I believe that what events might give young people a stronger sense of safety in terms of carrying on with the agenda or reforms is the involvement of people from the same civil society, from influencers, from celebrities, people who will be willing to come out and say, we're standing with you, just like how the NSAS started. Okay, most people won't come out on their own because, like I said, they're afraid. Okay, now there's certain people are treated differently in Nigeria, whether we like it or not. Some people are treated with more care. Some people, they don't want to harm some people because of their relations to maybe someone in government or not. But if we have those people on our side and we have civil society come out and boldly say, look, we're on your side, we're coming out with you, then we will see that. As Mr. Patrick was saying when he talked about we're all civil society outside the government and the private sector, that's true, I agree with it. But there's some people who just need to be led. Okay, and so when we see people from civil society who we can trust, and then we see people from the creative society who we can trust, then those people can come together with us and then lead a movement to advocate for those reforms or get out there and make those changes or vote.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, and for navigating the interruptions as well. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Would you like to comment on any of the questions that were raised?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. And DJ Switch, thank you as well for your answer. I was taking notes as you were responding to the question. As I look at organized civil society in Nigeria and organic civil society or organic civic movements like the NSAS or Enough is Enough or some of the other movements that have emerged in Nigeria over time, I think going back to that point that there is an opportunity for learning between the two groups. Because when we look at the NSAS protests, and I thank Patrick very much for raising up the points on the private sector, because very often when we talk about democracy and we talk about citizen mobilization, we often leave out the private sector, or sometimes the private sector chooses to excuse itself from that conversation. So I think it's wonderful that the private sector, that point was raised, because one of the things that we saw with the NSAS protest is that even with a lot of the young people that were involved in that protest, many of them could be considered your middle class. These are individuals who are creatives, who over time had found a way to make Nigeria work for them. You know, they paid their own, they paid their rent, they lived in good neighborhoods in Nigeria, they provided their own electricity, provided their own water, they made their lives comfortable. And over time, the economy and the way things were going started creating discomfort for a lot of people. And it also affected many of them. So we saw a lot of young people that could be considered middle class who were part of this protest. And some would argue that that's why we saw it gather a lot of momentum across the country. So there are lessons to be learned. And hopefully there is that opportunity now. And I'm hopeful that civil society and citizens in Nigeria are really taking that time to learn from each other, from both your organized civil society and your organic citizen movements, and seeing what lessons can be learned and how that can be applied towards building a Nigeria that everyone wants to see. The second point, or to the question from the audience about local level versus national level advocacy. And I think for the work that, for the last couple of years, the work that we've done in Nigeria has tried to focus at the state level, because rightfully so, we see a lot of discussions happening at the national level, but Nigeria is a federal system. And there are 36 different states, and there are state governors that should be held accountable. And there are also local government systems, even though they are imperfect, but this is a federal system. So really trying to understand how we organize at the national, at the state, and at the local level. And the passage of the Electoral Act now really provides that opportunity to think about within that act, where are low-hanging fruit? Because these discussions will go down to the state level, and there will be discussions at the state level, irrespective of the fact that, you know, a lot of people will question the capacity of the state legislatures, but these institutions exist there. And this is an opportunity for civil society actors to organize at that level. Definitely, you know, trying to find peace or come to common ground definitely goes beyond signing peace agreements. And I think we've seen this time and time again in the work that we do in Nigeria, that it's a continuous ongoing process. Because at the end of the day, your peace agreement is a piece of paper that needs to be implemented at the state level. And you need to get actors that are not only aware of the process, but engaged in the process. And going back to the point that you have, and this is not only in Nigeria, we see this across the board in many countries, where civil society actors who, when outside of government, advocate for certain things, when they get into government, it's impossible for them to implement some of those things that they've advocated for, and nothing changes. So that's why it goes beyond just understanding the qualities of leadership, which is key and important, that there needs to be a clear understanding of what the qualities Nigerians are looking for in a leader. There needs to be a clear understanding, and it just doesn't stop at the president level. It goes down to the National Assembly, to the state governments. What are the qualities? There needs to be a consensus or agreement by citizens about what they're looking for in a leader. Apart from that, really a clear understanding on what the issues are as well. And this is where discussions at the national level can also trickle down to the state level, because things that are discussed these discussions should not be had just only in Abuja. There are 36 states in Nigeria, and in some instances, some of these state governors are also as powerful as the president, if not more powerful than the president in some instances. So these conversations should be trickled down from the national to the state level. And there is an opportunity for that. You know, I remain an optimist on Nigeria. These days, I'm now an informed optimist on Nigeria. And so I believe that there is that opportunity now to push advocacy, not to ensure that it just doesn't stay at the level, at the national level, but trickles down to the state. And I think I'm also beginning to see an increase in awareness around international engagement in Nigeria too as well, when it comes to the elections and how we think about the elections. Because research that USIP has conducted and several others have conducted as well have shown that a lot of violence around elections usually happen at the state level and at the national level, because the stakes are higher at the state level. So we see more violence around elections at these levels. From the international community, how do you mobilize, or how do you support actors early enough, not a few months to the elections, but how do you support actors early enough to ensure that there is that continued engagement at the local level, and that the right actors are engaged and involved in the process, and that they also get ownership of the process as well. And it's not something driven by international actors or even civil society organizations, but it's actually driven by citizens at that level. So I will stop there. Back to you, Darren.
Thank you so much. Chichi, Patrick,
we have a question in the room, if you want to take that.
Okay, did you want to comment on the previous questions, or would you like to go to new questions?
Okay, I think Patrick wants to say something, so I'll just defer to him.
Okay.
Thank you, Darren. I think there was a question I was mentioned on sanitizing the space. And I think DJ Switch already spoke quite eloquently about it. And I typically look at incentives, so if we create the right incentives, the system will be sanitized. But you see, some of the folks who have the funds or that provide funds to the civil society organizations, I'm not also sure how much they're interested in seeing actual change, or if it is just to tick some boxes. Did you organize an event? Yes, great. Did you write a report? Fantastic. Versus measuring and funding organizations that can actually show that they've moved the dial. And that means defining properly what the problem is, defining what the theory of change is, and deciding how to measure that change has happened, setting the right baselines, etc. There's a question on bridging religious and ethnic lines in these civil society organizations. I think it's beginning to dawn on all of us. So I think if there's any great result of the Buhari presidency, is that it's shown us, if we needed any evidence, that just having someone from your ethnic group or your religious affiliation as president doesn't mean that life is going to get better for you, right? So we've checked that box, and hopefully, increasingly, Nigerians will understand that we are all stuck in the same boat, and that this boat is taking in water, and that when we drown, we're not going to drown as Christians or Muslims. We're going to drown as human beings. And hopefully, we'll get to a point where we understand that the desires of my great uncle in the village are the same desires of the old man who's walking his cattle, through the forests of Nigeria. And that the sooner we fix or create a Nigeria that works for everyone, the better for all of us. And I think we've answered most of the question, but maybe I get one last point in before I hand over to Chichi, that I think the real issue here is that we're all stuck in this despondency loop. We all feel voiceless and powerless. Both the fast disappearing middle class, the poor, even the rich, the elite, and by this I mean like the political and business elite, that top 0.001% of Nigerians, we're all stuck in some kind of despondency loop where we feel that there is nothing we do that can break it, and there's this sense of why bother. And if there is any point I try to make every time I get a chance is just keep believing that that little thing you can do can make a difference. It's not the one strike that is going to shatter this glass. It is the multiple repeated striking at that glass that will finally put a crack in it. And then at some point it'll break and we can all walk through. But if we don't get out of this despondency loop, then we're stuck in it, and we're stuck in it for a very long time. Chichi.
So before I go to Ndo, the question you asked is really interesting, and I think Patrick and Oge have answered those. I just wanted to point to what we think is a quasi experiment currently going on, and just an analogy of the power of local governance and advocacy is the issue with sexual and gender-based violence and how governors in Nigeria decided to tackle that problem from their engagement at the Governors Forum, right? In declaring a state of emergency over the problem, and then domesticating that state of emergency at the various state levels. So we're currently, just you were talking about theory of change and measurement, we're currently looking at looking at the 36 states across Nigeria and seeing what they've done, right, with that state of emergency. And so we know that one of the problems in Nigeria is the overwhelming power that state governors have, right? Because they effectively killed off local governance, right? By starving off local governance, local chairman of funds. And so they become, these big men all around. And so that is one of the big issues. And so they also cordon off any kind of attempts at holding them accountable for anything, both through civil society at the state level, right? And so this BLM movement and the environmental justice movement of this past 2.5 years have also shown us that community-based community-based mobilization and advocacy is more powerful than what goes on at the national level. And I think we've also seen that in Nigeria. And I think that's part of the problem with women's mobilization, right? And it's part of the legacies of the colonial project in Nigeria, is the bifurcation of the urban areas, right, from the peripheries. And so you have this tendency for everything to be happening in the cities, but the city is just a really tiny space. And that's why governance does not work. That's why democracy across most of Africa is problematic, is because democracy seems to work only in the cities, right? And the rural areas and the semi-rural areas seem to, be in darkness. And that's, I think, is one of the potentials of this new age, communication age, which is what we saw with the NSAS. The NSAS became as strong as it was because of the cross-mobilization across both rural and urban areas. And so in a nutshell, I think that what we need to do is to go back to the basics of connecting the local to the national. For as long as we continue to have these conversations at a national level, it continues to create an echo chamber, right? We just keep talking to ourselves while the people that really do need governance to get to them, the people that really need advocacy, right? And the gains of governance remain in darkness. And at this point, I think I'll hand over to Ndu. You do want to say something?
Yes, thank you. My name is Ndu Mokola. I'm a partner with Next Year. I have two questions. The first one will go to DJ Switch, and it has to do with issue of fake news and hate speech, which will likely come up, towards the 2023 election. As someone who works with young people, your young person as well, are you planning on how to deal with this, knowing that young people will be critical to who becomes Nigerian president in 2023? That is if they come out to vote. So are you thinking with your team, especially the NSAS group, on how to make sure that fake news and hate speech, I won't say eliminated, but somehow you will minimize it, that someone doesn't come to tell you, maybe if I emerge tomorrow as a candidate of one of the parties, they will come and say, because my grandfather is from Sudan, I cannot contest. So that's one. My second question will go to Oge. I know USIP has been doing a lot of work in Nigeria in the area of peace building, but I've not seen, in the recent past, some of the advocacy work you are doing in the area of helping communities to resist the kind of conflict that are affecting them. For an instance, in the Southeast, people don't go to work like 3 times in a week. They cannot resist it, but they need this kind of public mobilization that they come out to say, is an end to this. We want to come out, we want to go to work. But they need NGOs that could help them do this. They need civil society that can help them do this. My thinking is it possible for USIP to work with some civil society groups in the Southeast and other part of Nigeria where non-state actors are holding them to ransom because the state is ineffective? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've got just 10 minutes left. There was one more question in the chat group about the role the Nigerian diaspora has and should play in terms of citizen mobilization. So the diaspora role, an additional question. I'm going to turn to the panelists. If you would, in addition, I know DJ Switch, you've had a couple of questions directed at you. If you would also sort of give your final comments, and if we could all sort of keep to 2 minutes apiece, so we can round up, that would be great. I'll turn to each of the panelists for a final comment on the questions and your final comments for the panel. Thank you. Please, DJ Switch, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Fatimata, who was kind enough to put my thoughts well written here, and I apologize for that distraction. To that question, there is always a way to counter fake news, right? But it takes an individual effort or even a group effort in the case of civil society to make that happen. And when I say it takes effort from the individual or the civil society, I think that we should start thinking creatively and outside the box. For so long, we've been having these types of conversations, again, with ourselves, and most of us know the truth in here, but a lot of people don't know the truth out there. We need to start thinking about ways to, put funds into how to fact check news and information that comes out from anywhere. You understand? If there has to be some sort of like site or link or app or something that we can come together and think about, there are different NGOs that are technologically based or rather technologically inclined with regards to the work they do. We should start thinking of ways to invest in those types of NGOs, and they will be like a fact-based NGO, maybe fact-checking NGO or something. I might be saying it in a rather naive way, but what I'm trying to say is there's always a way to fact-check news. The only unfortunate thing I'm seeing is a lot of young Nigerians today do not have the energy or the time to read anything. Their attention span is really short, and that's a problem. And that's why I think we need to be very creative in how we fact check and how we get the right information to people. It's very, very possible. But if the climate or rather, let me say, if the environment is changing, we have to change with it. We can't sit down and say, well, we've fact checked and we brought out this lengthy report, nobody read it. It's just the era we live in. We live in the era of TikTok. We live in the era of Snapchat. And so we need to find a way to put those information in there in a fun, creative way, and where someone can easily get that information and be like, okay, I think this is what this is. Because we can't really rely on traditional media anymore. A lot of them are influenced by some people from the political class. A lot of them are owned by some of those people, and they will always twist the truth to suit their own agenda. And on my final note, since we're coming to an end, I'll try and quickly make this possible. I think while we're talking about this whole transition and the election next year, we forgot to talk about an important factor here, which is INEC, right? I feel like the failure of INEC to be truly independent and impartial, right, can add to that potential violence that we may see next year, right? And it will cause serious consequences for Nigeria's stability. It's not like the stability is intact as we speak, but INEC's failures could contribute to its complete fracture. Many Nigerians are truly afraid for what might happen next year, right? If there'd be a transition, even though the president assured us that there will be a smooth transition, but if we look at the trend of violence in Nigeria in the last couple of years, banditry, terrorism, kidnappings, police brutality, ethnic killings, killer headmen, political parties, everyone trying to manipulate elections and all that. The sentiment of which region deserves to produce the next president, and even the unfairness of that. We can even refer back to the 42 INEC offices that were burnt down. And this was mostly in the Southeast region. Not too long ago, right? Almost all parts of the country are awash with dangerous weapons. So all of these things validate our fears of a violent implosion next year. So we also need to clamor for this amendment that the president had signed, but the Senate had rejected, because that at least seemed like there was some progress that we're seeing with regards to that could help INEC be more transparent, and so that people can trust in the system and be motivated to actually go out there and vote. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Oge, would you like to answer any of the questions or make a final comment? Sorry, you're still, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Darren. Definitely. To the question from the audience, USIP's work in Nigeria is really focused on trying to see how we can address that gap, the growing gap between citizens and government. And that's why our approach focuses at the state and the community level. In fact, in the Southeast leading up to the 2019 elections, we actually carried out considerable research in Anambra and Imo State. And going into the 2020 elections, we'll be conducting research looking at Anambra and a couple of states in the Niger Delta as well. We have a lot of engagements that we do with civil society actors across the country, and we have trained a lot of peace mediators as well to focus on specific conflicts in different parts of the country. I'd be happy to have some more conversation with you about areas in the Southeast. If there are specific areas in the Southeast that you think could benefit from USIP's engagement, I'd be happy to have those conversations with you. I'll also encourage you to please look at USIP's website and see some of the activities that we are engaging in the country. And I think if I could just take that question on the role of the Nigerian diaspora as we go into these elections next year, I think the role of the diaspora cannot be understated. Just the fact that these elections are so important in Nigeria, that what happens to Nigeria really affects all of West Africa when we think about the population of Nigeria, and not only West Africa, with the continent. And when we look at it from a worldview perspective as well, and we think that, I think the figures now are 1 in 7 or 1 in 6 people, Black people on the face of this planet, is Nigerian. That's a lot. So I think it's mind-boggling sometimes when I put these numbers in perspective to realize that the fate of Nigeria, the success of Nigeria is not only a success for the country, but for the world writ large and for the continent. So I view it in that perspective. And so regardless of where anyone sits, even if you're not of Nigerian descent, I think anyone who follows Africa closely and follows the unfolding world events today really sees the significance of these elections in Nigeria and the significance of having a democratic Nigeria, having a thriving democracy in Nigeria. I think there's a huge benefit in that. And I think just to close for me, I really want to go back to the same points that I made, and also to echo some of the points that my co-panelists have made as well. There is a lot to be optimistic about in Nigeria, and there are a lot of opportunities now that exist that can to promote robust engagement from citizens and civil society, be them organized civil society groups or organic civil society groups. There is that opportunity now for real strategic engagement. There is an opportunity to look at the Electoral Act and ask, what are the low-hanging fruits that people and groups and organizations can rally around? How can religious groups, the trade unions, the Nigerian Bar Association, and others come together to speak with one voice? This has been done before in Nigeria. So a lot of the things that we're talking about today, for those who have followed civil society actions in Nigeria for so long, this is not new. So this is something that has already been done, that has been done in the past in Nigeria. And Nigerians there's also a vast opportunity to learn examples to see examples from others as well and in other countries. So there is that opportunity now. There is a lot to be optimistic about when it comes to Nigeria. And I'm looking forward to the process, and we're all excited about the possibilities of what Nigeria can be and what the country can accomplish with all people working together. So Darren, stop there.
Okay, thank you so much, Oge. Patrick, Chichi, we've got 1 minute left. Patrick, I know we're about to hear from you in a few minutes in terms of sort of wrapping up in general. Do either of you have a quick final comment before we end?
So I think I'll just say make one very short observation. And that is to say that political maturity is all about learning, right? So it's about accumulation and learning. But it seems as though we've not learned a whole lot of lessons in Nigeria regarding women's political marginalization. And I would dare say that there is a lot of positive cases across Africa. So I would suggest that we go back to the drawing table, given the event of the past 2 weeks, and reassess what we've been doing, what the gender-based civil society organizations have been doing in Nigeria, and redefine what the goals are, and reevaluate the strategies that have been put in place, and see where we go from here. Because if we continue on this trajectory, women in Nigeria will continue to be sidelined for another century. And that would just be tragic.
Okay, thank you. Let me, before I thank all the panelists, just add one final note to say that, to underscore what I mentioned in terms of signaling, I think U.S. civil society actors and policymakers have a tremendous role in terms of being able to help civil society leaders, particularly summit leaders, many of the big civil society groups, to come together and to make bridging comments and to make sort of bridging body language, so to speak, that in our social media age can have a tremendous amount of demonstration effect and can have real impact on some of the movements like NSARS and other activities on the ground. So my thanks to all the panelists for your really insightful comments and patience, as well as we've navigated through the Zoom process here. Thanks to all of you and to everyone in the audience online or there in the room in Washington. Thanks again, and back to you there, Patrick.
Thank you,
everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so my name is Patrick Okibo, founding partner Next Year. I'll take a few minutes to make a few remarks and to thank everyone. So over the last 6 or so hours, we've had far-reaching discussions on the importance of the 2023 elections in Nigeria. Some people would wonder, I mean, why bother? We've had elections, at least consistent elections, since 1999. And there is a way where Nigerians always claim that whatever elections we're dealing with is the most important elections. Is that what we're going through right now? Or do we have real cause to be worried? So maybe because of some of the data we have access to, we are really worried. So the firm I run, we maintain a database of violent conflicts in Nigeria. We track violent conflicts every day in Nigeria. And the trend is, to say the least, scary. Scary because we've had conflicts all over the country and growing conflicts, but more importantly, just the proliferation of arms in different parts of the country scares us. And anything that could tip the scale should scare anyone who is paying attention. We've got the ongoing terrorist activities in the Northeast, where Islamic State has chosen Nigeria as a place to make its base. That should scare anyone. There are large sections of the country where the government has lost complete control, and terrorist organizations collect taxes, run the utilities, run the state. Increasingly across the country, we see a receding state. We are also stuck in the middle of the Sahel terrorist challenges. Increasingly as well, we're seeing militancy in the Southeast, where they're setting up the kinds of camps that the Niger Delta militants, set up many years ago, and banditry across the country, etc. So these are real threats. And we looked at it and said, okay, could the 2023 elections be an opportunity for us to douse the tension, or could it trigger and tip the scale? We think that if it's not handled carefully, it could tip the scale. In the first panel, we focused a lot on the convention of power rotation between the North and the South. We believe that there is need to maintain that convention, as undemocratic as it appears to me. We think that anything that lowers the tension, we should try to do. INEC and its preparations could be another major threat, that if INEC does not get its act together, it could lead to a sense that the elections are not legitimate and could then trigger more conflict. The same with the security agents. In Nigeria, the popular saying is, if you control INEC and you control the police and the DSS, you win the elections. If that feeling continues, then whatever the outcome of the 2023 elections are, Nigerians will not believe that it's legitimate. Same with the parties. If the parties, the political parties, continue to raise the tension in the country and we tip over into more violence, that will be a problem. So the question is, what can be done? And that's why we're holding the conference in DC. And one might wonder, why bring a Nigeria issue to Washington, DC? Because we need to work with our international partners to seek for ways to ensure that we put in the right incentives for people to do the right things. And I believe strongly in incentives. And I think that if our international partners would work with us to bring about certain sanctions to people who, either by omission or commission, raise the level of tension in the country and it leads to widespread violence, they should have to pay some price for this. And that's why I think this conference is important. And that's why I am, I show a lot of gratitude and thanks, to our partners who put this together. I thank SAIS at Johns Hopkins, our friends at American University and UMass, for agreeing to go on this journey with us. This is the first of many conversations, discussions we hope to have in the build-up to the 2023 elections. And we hope that these efforts, would help to lower the tension and lead to whatever outcome, but one that is acceptable to Nigerians, and that we continue to build on this democratic project. And hopefully we land it at some point where we're able to build that society, that we all desire to live in. And on that note, I thank everyone, who's worked on this project, many who you've seen today, many who worked behind the scenes. I thank all the panelists, who agreed to join us either in person or virtual. And I thank the audience, that decided to join this conversation. I understand that we've got hundreds of people online, who joined, and that we continue to take this conversation forward in our different groups, WhatsApp groups, etc. For me, that's the real civil society. What we can do in our little spheres of influence to ensure that our democracy project, continues to grow year on year. And on that note, I thank you very much for being a great audience. Thank you.